public hearing of the Senate Rural, Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee. And this is a subcommittee that has been established for the purposes of this inquiry. The committee is hearing evidence for its inquiry into the policy, regulatory, taxation, administrative and funding priorities for Australian shipping. This is a subcommittee that has been established for the purposes of this inquiry, and I welcome you all here today. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. Now, before the committee starts taking evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. It is important that witnesses give the committee notice if they intend to ask to give evidence in camera. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. If a witness other than a public servant objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which objection is taken. The committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground that is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. I also remind witnesses and attendees of the COVID-19 measures in place during this hearing. We kindly ask that you follow these measures, be conscious of social distancing and follow any directions made by the Secretariat. I remind people in the hearing room to ensure their mobile phones are either turned off or switched to silent. Finally, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all those who have made submissions and sent representatives here today. I now welcome via teleconference the Department of Defence. And for the Hansard record, could you please each give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Certainly, Chair. Air Marshal Warren Macdonald, Chief of Joint Capabilities.
Rear Admiral Mark Hammond, Deputy Chief of Navy, appearing as Chair of the Australian Maritime Defence Council.
Commodore Nathan Robb, Director General Fuel Services in Joint Logistics Command. Dr. Robert McGregor, Assistant Secretary, Major Powers.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Now, I will give you, and it's good to have you here. I was quite scathing of my thoughts yesterday of an appearance of being snubbed, this committee, but I do welcome you, gentlemen. I'm very keen to hear from you today, and I thank you for coming along and availing yourselves. On saying that, would anyone like to make a brief opening statement before we go to questions?
Chair, thank you for the offer, but no opening statement required.
All right, okay, so I've got questions, and Senator Brown, I'll come to you if you have some too, but I want to ask you, can the department, and it is a question for Defence, but can the department requisition a ship for use in a crisis if it is not an Australian flagged vessel?
Chair, we'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, that's because you don't know, or you just need to check something out further up the chain?
I don't wish to mislead the committee, so I'll take that on notice and I'll get that answer back to you today, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, also when we're at it, you may want to take this on notice, but if an Australian company owns the cargo on a foreign flag ship, do you have any power to ensure that cargo gets to Australia?
Chair, I'll have to take that on notice as well.
Okie dokie. Am I right? We've never had this issue before?
Not that we're aware of, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now, has the department, in developing recent white papers or strategic reviews, such as the 2020 Defence Strategic Update of July 2020, addressed the issue of Australia's independent use of foreign registered ships using foreign seafarers for 100% of its imports and exports, and for much of its domestic shipping, including oil and refined petroleum products, some of which is required by Defence Forces?
Chair, your communications there were quite broken from the start.
All right, I'll try.
I apologise, but may I ask if you could repeat the question?
Look, absolutely. And is that you, Air Marshal? Air Marshal Macdonald?
That is correct, Chair.
Oh, good. And we were experiencing problems yesterday with the communication too. So I'll do it a bit slow. Am I breaking up or fading in and out?
Breaking up, Chair.
All right, I'll try this one. Now, Air Marshal, has the department, in developing recent white papers or strategic reviews, such as the 2020 Defence Strategic Update of July 2020, addressed the issue of Australia's complete dependency on the use of foreign registered ships using foreign seafarers for 100% of its imports and exports, and for much of its domestic shipping, including oil and refined petroleum products, some of which is required by the Defence Forces?
Chair, Air Marshal Macdonald, in response, I'm unaware. I'll have to take that on notice. Myself and Commodore Robb are here regarding fuel security, so that's where we believed our nexus sat. Even though part of your question goes to address that, I will get back to you with a response to your question.
Okay, because yes, fuel security is a major issue, Air Marshal, and the Defence, we have done an inquiry, this committee, on fuel security back in 2015. I thought it was longer, and Defence were very, very engaged, very concerned as to Australia's complete lack, and I have no fear of using these words, lack of quality fuel security in this nation. So I am a bit perplexed, even as I do ask these questions, that I don't, well, anyway, I'll give Defence the opportunity, because it should be a major concern, Air Marshal, and I think Department of Defence should be all over this. And I find it very, very hard to comprehend that the brains within the Department of Defence, and I don't mean the politicians sitting up on the hill, I mean the actual Defence personnel, have not done some work as to wondering what the hell is going on off our shores, should we need fuel. So, Air Commodore, please correct me if I'm wrong, but do I take it from your answer that you have not done, you, the department, not done 1 ounce of work in strategic reviews concerned with the use, 100% use of foreign ships and foreign crews for our oil supplies?
Being it outside my lane, Chair, I will take that on notice and I'll get back to you. I would say, though, that we haven't had a disruption to our fuel supplies. We have diversity of supply chain, and we've found commercial industry to be quite responsive to world events to be able to enable us to keep fuel for our Defence Force.
So, Air Marshal, how much fuel can Defence rely on should we need that fuel now? How much is out there?
Well, the world's actually awash with fuel at the moment, Chair, given the COVID crisis. And in relation to usage, Defence uses approximately 1% of the nation's usage, 3% of aviation fuel, 1% overall for all fuels. So we're a small part to play in the fuel usage of Australia.
I'll tell you what, Air Marshal, you don't inspire me with any, I'm not jumping out of my chair, because that 1%, and you talk it down, that 1% is damn important should we need it. So I ask you once again, how much fuel have we got access to?
We have access to as much fuel as we need, Chair.
How do you know that? You don't know if it, how did, look, Air Marshal, I have the greatest respect for the uniform. I want to make this very clear. How can Defence 5 years ago have absolute major concerns about our fuel security, and nothing has changed in those last few years? In fact, we're now talking about shutting down a refinery. So how come all of a sudden Defence now is very comfortable and everything tickety-boo, and should something turn to custard, we're all right because the world's washed with fuel? You're really sort of throwing a curveball at me that I don't understand. What's changed in the last 5 years?
Chair, if I'm unsighted of the report you state in 2015, if I could get a copy of that, I'd appreciate it.
We will afford that to you, because Jerry is nodding. Thank you, Jerry. That can be done, Air Marshal, because then you will see my frustration and my concerns here.
Thank you, Chair.
So I'll move on to this. And please, Mr. Hammond, if you have anything to add, I'm looking forward to hearing from you too. So what does the department believe the best solution is to address the strategic risk? And do you think one solution could be the adoption of a strategic fleet concept gaining currency in maritime security circles?
At the moment, if I may, Chair, I'll just recite the fact that we haven't had a major disruption for 40 years, that we have sufficient fuel to enable Defence to undertake its tasks. We have diversity in supply chain, that world events have not conspired for us to not have sufficient fuel. I would have to see the proposal that you are putting forward to provide you a better response.
I'm happy to share that with you, because what I think is, I believe, in consultation with a lot within the Australian shipping industry, that it should be a no-brainer that the Australian nation should have its own strategic fleet, particularly in terms of defence issues, fuel security, environment issues, and constancy of supply or continuity of supply. But you said, Air Marshal, and I have to get this out. You said, my shorthand's not that quick, but you said we have diversity of supply chain. Is that what you said?
That's correct, Chair.
What does that mean, Air Marshal?
Chair, this is Commodore Nathan Robb. We source, and this is as a nation, we source fuel from approximately 66 different countries, with no more than 20% of the fuel that the nation receives coming from any one country. Yeah, okay, so Commodore, what does that mean if we get into a biff up with some of our neighbours? How much fuel can you get your hands on? We have commercial arrangements in place, Chair, that have proven to be very responsive to our requirements and any surges that we need. But
see, Commodore, you really need to placate me, because I'm an old truckie that goes back to the days when we used to have what's called kangaroo exercises, which you've probably all taken part of throughout Australia and through the top end, preparing ourselves to be chameleons, as they were called, I think, at the time decided to invade us. But help me out here, gentlemen. These relationships and friendships we have with so many other countries to give us fuel, and we don't even know if we get into an arm wrestle with whom we may get into an arm wrestle with, it has to get on a foreign flag vessel with foreign crews to travel across the seas. And are we really, gentlemen, are you really leading the nation to believe that if these supply chains are interrupted, that we have enough fuel to fuel the magnificent capability that we have in this nation to defend our borders? Are you really saying that? It's got to come on a ship. It's got to get here. It won't get here overnight, the oil that we need.
Chair, I appreciate your question, but given world events, we've proven to be quite diverse in nature and the ability to supply Australia. As you know, Australia is quite a large country, and there are plenty of sea lines of communication which we can utilise to gain fuel from some of the countries that we import it from. We also have the Liquid Fuel Security Act, which we can enact. And just to give you another understanding of the quantum of fuel we use, Navy's annual fuel usage of diesel is consumed in 7 days in Sydney Harbour.
So what does that mean? Sorry, Air Marshal, what does that mean?
I'm just giving you the chair, if I may, Air Marshal Macdonald here, an understanding of the quantum of fuel that Defence uses. So for Navy's annual sailing fuel usage, in 7 days, the same amount of fuel is distributed and used in Sydney Harbour.
So,
we
okay,
are
but
a
if we're
very
getting...
small component of the national requirement for fuel, Chair.
But Air Marshal, this is your area of expertise, not mine. But if we're in a conflict, are you telling me we'll use the same amount of fuel?
No, I'm not saying that at all, Senator. What I'm saying is we can extrapolate on consequences to the point where if you extrapolate it far enough, you won't get any fuel to Australia. But in reality, the fact is that there are many ways to accommodate for constraints in supply. And over time, we've proven to be able to do that because we haven't had an issue with our fuel. We have sufficient supply, and the quantum of fuel that we utilise
Marshal,
against the national requirement is low.
I'm sorry to let you know, you really, really do, the Air Marshal, need to refocus on Defence's position on the issue 6 years or 5 years ago. We'll give you the opportunity to read that report. But let me tell you this, Air Marshal, I don't make these things up. We nearly ran out of diesel in Victoria not long ago. The Kimberley ran out of diesel a couple of years ago. So it would not take much if we were in a conflict to run out of our fuel supplies. But this is where I struggle. You tell me that we don't use much fuel. We haven't been in a conflict for 40 years. So anyway, all right. Okay, I don't want to badger any witnesses, but no, I've had a little bit to do around this area, as this committee has. So let's go, I'll move on. So may I ask you all, sirs, do you regard the decline in Australian registered ships a major concern for the security supply of maritime skills, some of which are or could be utilised by the Defence Forces, requiring Australian ships to undertake sea time for competency attainment in the STCW qualifications required by Navy as a strategic concern?
Chair, that's a comment on policy, which you in your opening statement you excluded us from, and I have no comment.
So help me out here then, Air Marshal. Is it the case that before Defence can take control of an Australian Defence vessel, that the Merchant Navy do the sea trial?
I think that may go back to your first question, Chair, which we said we would come back to you with, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that because no one there knows the answer, Air Marshal? Or?
Chair, it's Admiral Hammond here. There are a number of different scenarios at play. For example, a submarine going through sea trials has a different crewing arrangement to, for example, an Armidale class, where we involve a degree of contractor engagement in the trials. The commissioned crew, as you would appreciate, is specifically designed to operate the crew once it's accepted into naval service. So there is a spectrum there by which we might employ a contractor crew for sea trials or members of the uniformed service involved in sea trials. So it's not simply a black and white answer, I'm afraid. I can take that on notice and we can paint that picture more clearly.
Okay, and I understand the submarine stuff, but this has come out on a number of occasions where I've been told, the committee has been told very clearly that all the sea trials done. Well, let's talk about the Armidale Plus and those that are underwater. That's my area of expertise, but that has been very clear that the Merchant Navy do those sea trials, and that's what I'm just trying to get the yes or the no, because my question was very clear. It is not a matter of policy. I just asked you the case that if we do not have those people, well, I understand, but if those skills come from the Merchant Navy, I just asked a simple question if that was the case. People can paint their own picture, but I don't mind telling the world that while we're shooing off Australian seafarers, engineers, captains, masters, deck officers and the like, it's a pretty sad state of affairs for our nation. You cannot possibly comment on that. All right, you said you take that one on notice. I'll go back to another fuel security question. Can I ask, what does Defence consider? What is a sufficient amount? Can you tell me in terms of litres or tonnage? You must know that.
Certainly. So, Air Marshal Macdonald, and I'll hand over to Commodore Nathan Robb as well. But currently, our tanks are around the 60% mark. Chair, there's a point at which, if you store too much, it spoils, and that's a problem. While under current usage that we have to manage on a daily basis. So, whilst people may say we need to store more fuel, that fuel which is processed will go off. So for aviation fuel, about 12 months, it can be extended, but we've got to be careful we don't have too much fuel and then waste it.
Look, I know fuel goes off. No, after so many months or whatever, it goes off. I get all that. It gets the fungus in it. I know that. But we don't even have that luxury here. It can be turned over. It can be turned over on daily. There's no excuse. So it's a case of having.
Yes.
That's right. So that's just a flow-through thing. Now, on the workforce, can anyone tell me, is Defence losing any personnel to civilian shipping at all? Is anyone moving across?
Sorry, Chair, you broke up. If I may, could you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm saying, has Defence lost any personnel to civilian shipping?
I do apologise, Chair. I know it must be frustrating, but that was still broken up. If I may ask to repeat that question.
Absolutely, I'll try again. Sorry about this, Air Marshal. I'm just asking, has Defence lost any personnel to civilian shipping?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Chair, Admiral Hammond here. One of my roles as Deputy Chief of Navy is I'm the Head of Navy People. What I can tell you is that our separation rate is at a relative all-time low, about 6.5%. It's been declining constantly over the last couple of years, and our uniform strength is the highest it's been since the early 1990s. So the Navy workforce at the moment is in great shape. We also do have a great relationship with the maritime industry stakeholders that I meet with regularly through a number of different fora, and we work together in the concept of sharing lessons learnt about workforce issues. So no, I do not have a workforce concern that's related to the maritime industry sector at the moment. I am conscious that the National Shipbuilding Program is still swinging into full gear, and as that accelerates, that is something that we are working with the maritime industry on to ensure that we build this capability together for Australia, not at the expense of either element of national power.
Oh, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. What about the other way then? Are we seeing civilian maritime crews coming to join the Navy?
We've got what we call a total workforce system in the maritime space. There are opportunities for people to work with the maritime industry for a period of time and come back to Navy, and vice versa. And many of our Australian Defence vessel and naval assets have a partnership arrangement. So in some cases, I have one naval officer on a vessel that is crewed by elements of the maritime industry and operated to support defence activities. In other cases, I have liaison officers from industry sector or representatives of some of our industry partners working with our teams. So it's a hybrid partnership model is the way I'd describe it, and one that's mutually beneficial.
All right, Mr. Hammond, thank you very much. So look, Senator Brown, I'll give you a chance to demute and ask, do you have some questions of the department?
No, Chair, I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you. So, gentlemen, look, I thank you for coming along today. I had hoped that we would be armed with a big heap of answers, but you did say you would take them on notice, and you did say, Air Marshal, that you would get back to us this afternoon. If there is some hiccup, which I don't think there should be any hiccup, those figures should be very readily available. But we will, with Senator Brown's indulgence, Jerry, I think we'll go for 2 weeks as per normal for questions or answers to questions taken on notice. Close of business 14 days from today, and today is the 9th. So 23rd of September, Jerry, is that right, mate? Yep, there's acknowledgement. Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right, gentlemen. Thank you, and look forward to your response.
A pleasure, Chair. I just also had a question. Did you have any questions on the Australian Maritime Defence Council while Rear Admiral Hammond is here?
Look, I do, but my printer's playing up. So I tell you what I will do. I will just ask, can we just suspend for 1 minute, or just wait 1 minute? I'll just see if my printer's fixed.
Certainly, Chair.
All right, sorry, I'm back again. Mr. Hammond.
Yes, Chair.
Now, you're Canberra based?
Yes, Chair, for another 49 hours. I'm actually in the middle of handing over my duties to Rear Admiral Chris Smith. I've stepped out of that process to support the committee today.
Look, that's fantastic. What I'd like to do, if it's possible, we're just trying to get a technician because it's only 7:30 over here in Perth. Can I maybe call you back on today for 20 minutes, 15 minutes?
Yes, Chair, I'm in the building all day.
All right, I'll work closely with Jerry, and it'll be 15 minutes. I can put them on notice, but if you're leaving and you can answer it, let's just do the easy way. Is that all right?
Yes, Chair. I just highlight I'm unsighted on what your interest is in from AMDC. So if you could indicate likely lines of inquiry, I might be able to do some prep work as opposed to sitting here taking everything on notice again.
Sure, absolutely. And look, there'll be no surprise. Fuel security is huge, but also a strategic fleet. The use of temporary visas, defence concerns around those issues and defence positions.
Copy, Chair. I don't think either of those or any of those particular issues sit in my lane. They're more in the policy space, but I'll do my best.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put them on notice. I'll just put them on notice.
Understood. I can circle back on two of your earlier questions if you have time.
All right. Okay. Okay. Well, look, let me come back. Let me just float. If you're around the building, I know that I need to get back to you, hopefully when the technician gets here because of the 2-hour time difference. It could be about 9 o'clock Perth time, 11 o'clock your time. How are you sitting around 11, 12-ish your time, somewhere around there? 11-ish.
I'll amend my program to support the committee, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hammond. Sorry about that. Everything seems good until you're on the other side of the country and time differences. Thank you very much. All right. So, Jerry, let's move on to our next witness. Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Department of Home Affairs and Border Force. And they're all via, no, Home Affairs is teleconference. There's real people in the building.
Yes, we have 4 real people here and 1 of the persons there.
Oh, hello. Okay, hang on, let me just get back to the opening statement. Alrighty, okay, now I welcome representatives from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications, Border Force, via teleconference, the Department of Home Affairs, and for the Hansard record, if everyone could please give their name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Dave Hallinan, Deputy Secretary, Infrastructure.
Jessica Hall, First Assistant Secretary, COVID Surface Transport Division.
Andrew Johnson, Assistant Secretary, Maritime, COVID Maritime and Shipping Branch.
Matthew Duckworth, Assistant Secretary, Customs and Trade Policy Branch of the Australian Border Force.
Thank you. Home Affairs, you there? I have to look towards the broadcasting. Is Home Affairs there? No?
No, I'll try and find them, Chair.
That's all right. Okay. I hate this technology, ladies and gentlemen, but thank you very much. You'd think in this day and age we could actually get this right, but it is so impersonal. But anyway, it is what it is. Now, my questions to the Departments of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications. Now, I am aware of the summary of outcomes from the 2019 Coastal Trading Reform Stakeholder Consultation proves of late 2019. Could you advise if the government is proposing to move to consider amending legislation to implement reforms where consensus was reached?
Andrew Johnson here, Assistant Secretary, Maritime and Shipping Branch. Senator, we're still in the consultation process for the coastal trading legislation. We had a good meeting with the stakeholders in December, as you outlined, and we're going to go back to those stakeholders with some further information following the options that were put on the table in that discussion with some further detail. We had paused the consultation process due to the COVID situation, but we're about to recommence that process. So.
Well, okay, Mr. Johnson, yes, that's thrown a spanner in everyone's works, hasn't it? Do you have a timeline there? So for those listening, there could be some information forwarded to them. A timeline format, a timeline to wrap up, timeline to implement. Is there any?
No, we don't have a specific timeline. We're aiming to get a paper out shortly in the next, hopefully in the next few weeks, and then we're very much. It's very much about how long does it take us to get consensus and to work through the issues with the stakeholders in terms of the time that takes. I think we don't want it to take a long time, but we want to give the consultation process enough time to work through any issues that are there.
Okay, thanks very much. Is the department or government developing any proposals for changes to legislation or administration that would stem the continuing decline in Australian registered coastal trading ships and in fact help rebuild the Australian coastal industry?
Senator, the proposal and the discussions we're having are really focused around options that would improve the way the existing process works and improve how the licence process works. The Deputy Prime Minister agreed that we would maintain the protections for Australian vessels, we'd maintain the licensing system, etc., but work on how we can make the system operate better for those that are involved at the moment.
So Mr. Johnson, for those of us that aren't involved in the conversations, but for the benefit of the community, what does that actually look like? So did I take it from your evidence just then, the Deputy Prime Minister doesn't want to increase any more increase Australian flagship numbers, and just wants to look after the ones we've got here. Is that how I took that?
No, Senator, I don't think there's no specific objective in terms of increasing or changes. It's really about making the existing system work better without changing the fundamentals as to how it operates in terms of what the legislation provides in terms of supporting Australian shipping and supporting the movement of cargo around the coast.
I just think that they're two different things myself, Mr. Johnson, because what we've seen now is the demise of the Australian shipping industry. Over the last sort of 10, 15 years, it's just frightening now that there is nothing to protect them, and we've seen warfare. We've seen seafarers dragged out of their bunks on the Portland and replaced with foreign crews. We've seen the two iron ships up there sneakily sneaking into international waters and dragging the Aussie crews off there and replacing them with foreign seafarers. So it doesn't fill me with a great confidence, but anyway, you could not comment on that, I know. So just have to say that doesn't seem very positive to me. But look, I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. And that's no blight on the department. You just administer government policy. So anyway, could you advise how the department evaluates the success or otherwise of the shipping taxation incentives introduced in 2012?
Senator, we administer one part of the shipping tax incentives. We exchange information with the tax office in terms of how that measure's operating and what's the level of take up of that measure in a broad sense.
So that would be questions better put to taxation. You don't have has it been successful?
I think that it'd be fair to say that most of the ships and the companies that would be eligible to claim the tax incentives are claiming tax incentives. I think you'd probably go that far in saying that.
Okay. Now, I believe you've received the Productivity Commission report on national transport reform. You got that?
It's been provided to the government, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us when it will be released for the public to have a look at?
That's a matter for the government to determine when that report's tabled.
All right, so you're not in a position to let us know if there's any anticipated reforms that'll come out of that?
No, Senator.
Do you know when? Is there a timeline when look, I believe the government got it in April. Is that the case?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we've got May, June, July, August, September, we've got 5 months. Is there any indication to the department from the Minister's office when it will be released?
I don't have a specific communication.
So, okay, Mr. Johnson, I appreciate that you've just handed it on. Has there been any conversations around it? You don't have to tell me what you've talked about, but have there been follow-up conversations between the Minister's office and yourself around the Productivity Commission report?
Senator Jessica Hall, First Assistant Secretary. Yes, we have received the report. Yes, there have been some conversations in regards to how we might take consultation further, and we're anticipating that there will be a considerable amount of work going into it over the next little while.
Thanks, Ms. Hall. And do you have any indication what little while looks like? Are we talking this year? Are we talking this term of government?
Because a number of the, as you would have seen in the draft recommendations, it's anticipated that there is a number of recommendations that will impact jurisdictions as well. I imagine that there will be consultation going on across jurisdictions and other bodies that were impacted by the report. So I would anticipate that it will be quite some time.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Thank you for that. Now, Senator Brown, while you're busily looking for the demute, do you have any questions of the department before I move on to Border Force or...
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. Hopefully they fit in here. So to the department, has the department had any involvement in or input into the Spirit of Tasmania replacement project?
Senator Andrew Johnson here. We haven't had any specific input into that process.
None at all. What does specific input mean?
We're generally aware of the process, and we've seen the announcement, and I have had a conversation with the nominated Australian government representative on the task force, but I haven't been approached by the Tasmanian government.
What about your minister or federal minister? Have you been approached? Well, can you just explain to me who is the nominee on the task force?
The nominee is Sasha DeRay, who's the Assistant Secretary of Defence Investments in the Department of Finance.
Oh, okay. All right. So, how did? What conversations have you had with the nominee?
I've just had some conversations in relation to how the shipping industry operates and what our department's role is in relation to ships and the Tasmanian TT line and the Tasmanian shipping task.
Would you be having? Is it expected that the department will be having further involvement?
I don't know at this point, Senator.
Have you had a look at who else is on the task force?
Yes, I have.
How many people on the task force that have expertise in shipping?
I think a number of the representatives on the task force have a background in shipping. I'm just looking for the list of members. So yes, certainly one of the representatives is the Chief Executive Officer of TT Line, and there's also a retired Rear Admiral from the Defence Force from the Navy.
Right. Okay. Do you have a copy of the terms of reference?
I think I do somewhere, but I've only got the media release in front of me.
Right. Are you able to give me a copy of the terms of reference?
I can certainly take that on notice and have a look if we've got a copy of the terms of reference, Senator.
So do you know if the task force has met yet?
No, I don't know, Senator.
Do you know what the role of the federal nominee is?
Not specifically, Senator, but I imagine it's about providing some advice in terms of what the Australian government understands and background we've got in terms of procurement and other things around shipbuilding.
Did you say it was finance or the Treasury?
Finance.
Nominee? Finance. So, well, your department is the experts in shipping, so theirs is more around procurement and funding?
Yeah, I think potentially around the naval shipbuilding enterprise.
Right, okay. So has your department had any discussions or been approached around seeking support to manufacture steel hull vessels?
No, Senator.
None at all?
No, not in terms of this particular project.
So in terms of what then?
I guess we haven't had any discussions on that. Any approaches?
Nothing at all?
No.
Okay, so are any changes to the Bass Strait passenger vehicle equalisation scheme being considered? Is that with you?
Yes, that program does sit with me. There have been a couple of proposals put forward, but they haven't had sort of broader consideration at this point in time.
Could you just elaborate on that?
So the TT line has approached us on a couple of occasions with some proposals around making some changes to the scheme. but yeah, they haven't specifically been taken forward at this point in time.
So when were those approaches made?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Well, if you could provide me with a timeline around those proposals, but are you also able to give me a understanding of what was being proposed?
Yes, Senator, I can do that.
Okay. All right, so I'll just... The department with the shipping expertise is not involved closely with the task force that's been set up regarding the Spirit of Tasmania replacement project. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And has the department or your department been asked to brief your minister or any other minister?
No, Senator.
On this issue?
No, Senator.
When did you actually have those discussions with the Australian nominee?
It was about a week or two after the task force was announced, so probably 2 or 3 weeks ago.
And when was the first that you heard that there was going to be a task force?
When the media release came out, Senator.
So there's been no discussions with your department prior to the announcement being made by the Tasmanian government?
No, Senator.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for me, Chair, unless you have any more to add. I wasn't sure. I didn't actually catch your name. Sorry. Hello?
Sorry, Andrew Johnson.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Johnson. I didn't catch your name. Okay.
Thanks, Senator Brown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Duckworth, good to see you. I've got a few questions for you.
Yes,
Right.
please, Chair.
Hello, Mr. Duckworth. Now, you would remember mine, I have to be chair, but one of our last inquiries on the flags of convenience. Carol, remember around the Sagittarius and Captain Salad. Now, I do vividly remember ABF saying that flag of convenience shipping posed opportunities for organised crime and terrorist groups to do bad stuff. What have you done to deal with that threat?
Thank you, Chair. So look, I think firstly from a starting point, when we look at the vessels that are coming into Australia, we are fundamentally applying the Customs Act and the legislation around that is around managing the risks of the vessels entering into Australia and then, coming into ports or whatever they then do here. We have a full risk assessment process that we apply to every vessel that comes in, regardless of its flag. So we would, if a vessel were to be entering Australia, we would receive a series of reports on that vessel coming in, security reports, impending arrival reports and so on. That provides us with details on information such as the ownership of the vessel, the flag of the vessel, of course, previous ports that it has visited. It would include cargo, crew details, a full range of information. And we would then look to make an assessment of the risks of that ship and tailor any intervention accordingly. That's our approach, regardless of the flag. The flag itself, for the purposes of how we administer those obligations, is not in itself really an essential piece. It is just part of the risk assessment process that we undertake. So I'm sorry, Senator, as to the question of previous comments at a previous inquiry, I'm not fully across those, so I would need to take that on notice and go back and have a look. But to the question of whether we are doing anything specifically looking at the issue of flags of convenience, not at this point, because it is not on its own a specific issue that we're concerned about. We look at the full risk picture of the vessel based on a broad range of details.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Duckworth, but it was very clearly, and I understand that you're not well, I understand now you're not across what we did before, but it was a major issue in this nation. It was a huge concern because we had a confessed gun runner, Captain Salas, and I'll just help you out. Not only had he confessed to gun running, but he had mysteriously lost 3 lives on his ship. And the one sailing from wherever he came into Australia, someone fell overboard, went missing, someone fell into the hole, was killed. And when the Japanese the company that owned the vessel planted a detective on the ship, the detective was mysteriously killed while unloading in Japan. And then all of a sudden, Captain Salas was facing charges here in Australia. And the sad part for all those listening is, and I pay my respects to our agents, our departments in national security, but there was a court case going on, Mr. Duckworth, in absentia of Captain Salas, and it was going to be postponed at Smoko because they didn't have Captain Salas there. And it was a diligent news reporter on the Sunshine Coast who was actually covering the case, was sitting in the courtroom, went up to the prosecutor and said to him at Smoko, "Sir, I know where Captain Salas is. He'll be coming into the port of Gladstone, name the ship, in 2 days." And the sad part there, none of our agencies even knew. Now, I don't expect you to comment, Mr. Duckworth, but it sent shivers through and so it should have, through the Australians, safety and security agencies, and that's why I said the ABF were very good. They did make that statement that terrorists can do bad things on flags of convenience. And Mr. Duckworth, we can't dismiss the flags of convenience statement because it ain't the Aussie ships that we have to fear for our security with under Aussie crews and Aussie captains. So look, take more on notice. I really, really hope that Australian Border Force, after that embarrassing situation with Captain Salas, has moved mountains to make sure we know every single foreign seafarer from the captain all the way down to the cook. And I don't mean to be disrespectful in making the cook any less more important than the captain, to make sure there has been some significant improvements in our processes. So, all right, I'll move on from that one. You identify that what I've just said is a security threat?
I beg your pardon? As a security threat? Well, yeah, so look, looking at the sorts of circumstances you've just outlined, I mean, there'd be a range of issues, a range of threats that would be identified in that sort of circumstance. I mean, we would obviously, where a vessel is entering into Australian waters and we are receiving the reports that we do, where it's been, what it's carrying, who's on it, and that, yes, absolutely, I can assure you, goes all the way down to the cook. We would look at all of that as part of our risk assessment process. So we absolutely would take into consideration again, is there, for example, you mentioned things like weapons, guns, where a vessel is carrying those sorts of goods. They're obviously prohibited items, so that would be part of the risk assessment and would mandate particular types of treatment.
Mr. Duckworth, I'll save you. Okay, I'll save you. Take it on notice. Come back to me. Go have a read of the last report, please. Okay, because if nothing has been done after the ABF and those decent, hard-working men and women in the ABF, I should say, were very concerned, then I'll have a series of questions that be structured around, well, if that was a statement that was made by ABF and nothing's been done, well, we can't let that lie, because that would be a travesty in this nation. So you take that on notice and come back to us.
That's fine, Senator. Yes, we'll take that on notice.
Thanks, Mr. Duckworth. Now, I do want to move through a few more. Now, could you advise the committee on how Rio Tinto, foreign registered ships carrying Rio Tinto bauxite intrastate from Weipa and Gladstone, or between Weipa and Gladstone, which have not opted into the Coastal Trading Act of 2012. So therefore they get the benefit of Section 112 exemption from the operation of the Customs Act. Can you tell me how they're able to employ foreign seafarers indefinitely on a subclass 988 maritime crew visa?
The question of visas is one I'll let my colleague from Home Affairs address. But the question of the intra-state voyage that you've outlined there, Senator, we would look at the full picture of the voyage or voyages that the ship is undertaking in making an assessment as to what requirements would apply to that ship. So if the vessel has come into Australia, the question of whether that would be a vessel in Australian waters, so it's imported. But the question is then whether it is required to make an entry for home consumption under the Customs Act, and that is a question of fact and degree. It depends on a range of factors, being the sorts of things we've been talking about, such as ownership and flagging, will be part of that, as well as the broader voyage and what it is doing. It is potentially possible that a vessel like that could come in, say, to Weipa and go across to Gladstone, or it could come into somewhere like Broome and go down to Dampier within a state, but be doing that as part of a broader voyage, an international voyage. So if that were to be the case, the Coastal Trading Act licence isn't essential. It would be, again, depending on the circumstances, potentially just a continuing international voyage. And if that's the case, then we take obviously there are regulations and basic steps that we would take, but I'm not sure then, and I'll hand over to my Home Affairs colleague as to how that might have implication for the question you're asking about visas. I don't know if my colleague's on the line for that.
I hope your colleague is on the line.
Chair, it's Jodie Bjerregaard, Assistant Secretary for Temporary Visa Programs for Home Affairs. I'm happy to assist with your question in relation to visa validity for maritime crew visas.
Good. And this is my full question. And it's not maybe these ships are doing it, they are doing it. They're Rio Tinto ships, and they're carting out of Rio Tinto sites. So I hope you can help me there, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. I can't comment specifically on the Rio Tinto example that you're referring to, but what I can say is that maritime crew visas have a maximum of 3-year validity. So just noting your comments about indefinite, the maritime crew visa as a product has a 3-year validity. So I'm sorry, what does that mean? I'll tell you what it means. Australian seafarers aren't employed, it's foreign seafarers. There is exploitation of the visa system. We know that for a fact. Rio Tinto, carting Australian product, is running indefinitely under Section 112. They get exemption from the Customs Act. And I'll tell you the vessels that might even help. The RTM Gladstone, the RTM Diaz, these are Rio Tinto owned. The more I hear about Rio Tinto, the more sicker I feel. Azalea Wave, Raga and Sargon. So it's not, they're just running with exemption. So I just want to know how that happens.
Senator, maybe I can assist with that. I think just to clarify, the Section 112 of the Coastal Trading Act provides an exemption from the consequences of importation, so it provides exemption from entering for home consumption for vessels that are carrying a licence. So that exemption would not apply if a vessel is operating without a licence. Now, again, I don't know the specific circumstances of those vessels you're referring to. It could be that they are vessels that are on a continuing international voyage, in which case they remain effectively an international vessel. Customs control requirements would apply to them, but they would not be required to make an entry. Or it could be that they have in fact been entered and are operating as fully entered and imported ships. But again, I apologise, I don't know the specific detail of the vessels you're addressing, but there would be a range of possibilities there.
Ms. Bjerregaard, do you wish to add anything?
No, thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, as I said, from a maritime crew visa perspective, it has a 3-year validity period for that specific visa.
You heard that. So will you go away and check these for us, both agencies? Will you go and check to see what's going on? I mentioned the boats, I'll do it again for you. The RTM Gladstone, RTM Diaz. I'll let you take that down. So Diaz is DIAS. These are both owned by Rio Tinto, and I'd be very keen to hear back on what their voyages have been, where they've been, how long they've been doing it. Also the Azalea, AZALEA. Oh, sorry, Azalea Wave. It's got, the second part is Wave, Azalea Wave. Raga, RAGA. And the Sargam, SARGAM. Now, what we've done for you, Mr. Duckworth and Ms. Bjerregaard, for your assistance here, the committee has agreed that if there are answers to questions taken on notice, we have 2 weeks to close of business from today, and I believe that's the 23rd. It shouldn't take you that long, but if you need it, to come back to us, the full spate of what those ships have been up to. And I want to know if the other ships I've mentioned, if you know who the owners are, any crew agent information, any background checks for the crew, I'd be very interested in all that too, okay? Right, now, help me out here. With this section 112, is there any limit on the operation of the exemption, or can it be implied indefinitely? You said 3 years. Can it go indefinitely?
It's only one that's got a licence, which is 12 months. Yeah.
So, sorry, Senator, from the customs perspective, what Section 112 does, of the Coastal Trading Act does, is it provides an exemption from the consequences of importation, so from requirement to make an entry, for a vessel that is operating under a valid licence. So from our perspective, as long as a vessel is doing that, its voyage is under a licence, then that would apply. I don't know if colleagues might want to add on how those licences are managed, but my understanding is that it could be a licence could apply to a voyage rather than to a vessel. A vessel could operate at different times under different licences, but...
Yeah, let's clear it up, because Ms. Bjerregaard, you did say something about 3 years, and I'm asking for it being indefinite. So.
Chair, yes, it's Jodie Bjerregaard here, Chair. Just to clarify, my point in relation to 3 years specifically relates to the validity of the maritime crew visa. I don't want to indicate that should conflate with your questions in relation to Section 112, which may be better answered by other colleagues.
Our colleagues being Department? Who's going to answer it?
Senator, it's Andrew Johnson here from Department of Infrastructure, Maritime and Shipping Branch. The coastal trading licences are issued for a period of up to 12 months. And so for Section 1112 to operate, the vessel has to be operating under one of those licences. So it would only be valid while there's a valid licence. So if the licence is for 12 months and a vessel's operating under that single licence, it would cease at the end of that 12 months.
Okay, so it's not indefinite?
No.
Thank you. All right. Now, I understand the Wincanton, 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 has been operating in Australia between Newcastle and Gladstone for 10 years, with the crew on the 5-day crew transit visa, which is the subclass 988. Am I correct? Am I correct? That's the right visa, 5-day crew transit visa?
Chair, Jodie Bjerregaard, the maritime crew visa is subclass 988, which is different to the transit visa to which you referred to.
Oh, okay. But all right. Well, then I'll thank you for that help. So I'm told they're on the 5-day crew transit visa. So the vessel operates on a temporary license held by Orica. And please jump in if I've got something wrong. So could you confirm that status of the crew of this vessel and what the legal mechanism is that allows a vessel to operate with the crew on a 5-day visa for 10 years?
Chair, it's Jodie Bjerregaard. I don't have the specific details in relation to the vessel you're talking about, but it may be helpful to provide some context around the link between a transit visa and a maritime cruise. So there are times, of course, when maritime crew are required to fly into Australia to join their vessel. And they have, typically they apply for a transit visa, which enables them 5 days to sign on to their ship, at which time they are holding their maritime crew visa. So it's a method by which they can join their vessel, Chair. They are not operating on a transit visa whilst they're undertaking their duties on the vessel. They would be operating under a maritime crew visa, which is subclass 988.
Okay, well, I'm told there are a full Peruvian crew on the Winckler, but let me come back a couple of steps. And one thing is the purpose of the temporary visa licences was if there was not if there was not an Australian vessel able to do the work, then everyone agreed that there could be a flag of convenience or an international ship that could carry out that work, right? And my words, this is where I see the absolute exploitation of the visa system, and I'd love to hear the government's view on this one too, that here we have Australian coastal trading, Newcastle to Gladstone, 10 years on a temporary visa held by Orica. How does that work? And please don't tell me that the crew change and then other crew come in. This is 10 years of exploitation of the Australian visa system. Anyone got a comment there? Anyone agreeing with me? Anyone brave enough to say, gee, Senator, that does smell a bit? Well, no, Senator, you got it completely wrong. How dare you? Anyone?
Senator, it's Jodie Bjerregaard. Of course, we're very happy to take any information or allegations that there would be any exploitation of the visa system, which we'd take extremely seriously. So we'd be very happy to look into those details of that specific case that you've raised. I can say that the Maritime Crew Visa Program has got very high levels of compliance in relation to the visa-specific program. But happy to take any specific questions or evidence in relation to your earlier statement.
Okay, Ms. Bjerregaard. Look, I appreciate that because I'm putting a formal complaint in. Take it as formal, please. I want to know how the hell Orica can have Australian coastal trading for 10 years on a visa. Oh my goodness me. I tell you, I'm getting too old for this. I had this bad dream that the governments had decimated the Australian shipping industry. Then I woke up and found out it was a nightmare. It wasn't a dream because it's actually happening. So I'll move on. You can see my frustration? Okay. Now I understand the Epic St. Agnes has been operating, Epic, E-P-I-C, St. Agnes has been operating in Australia since November of 2018 with the crew on a 5-day transit visa. Just out of, what is the 5-day transit visa? What subclass is that? Ms. Bjerregaard, you said?
Yes, it's Jodie Bjerregaard, Chair. Yes, similar to my earlier comments, the 5-day transit visa does enable crew to enter Australia to then have 5 days to then join their vessel and then would be on a maritime crew visa.
So I was right. It is a subclass 998.
Subclass 998 is the maritime crew visa subclass, Chair, and the transit visa is subclass 771.
771 is the 5-day transit visa. Okay. Not a 988. Right.
988 is a maritime crew visa, Chair.
Okay, but help me out. Can they have the 988, subclass 988, and do a 5-day transit visa under that?
Yes, that is often the case, Chair, because you cannot enter Australia by air on a maritime crew visa. So there are examples where crew need to enter Australia to be able to join their ship. So they're required to provide or access a substantive visa to be able to join their vessel. So often is the case they apply for a transit visa in order to do so.
Right. Okay. All right, let's get back to this Epic St Agnes, right? So the vessel operates on a temporary licence held by Origin Energy. Could you confirm that status of the crew of this vessel and what the legal mechanism is that allows a vessel to operate with a crew on a day visa for almost 2 years?
It's Jodie Bjerregaard, Chair. I'm happy to take that specific question on notice for that vessel.
Okay, I'm making that an official complaint. So thank you, Ms Bjerregaard. You'll find out everything for us and come back to the committee. All right. Now, could anyone advise whether the Ruby Princess was deemed imported under Section 49A of the Customs Act, and given it was in Australia between the 18th of March and 23rd of April 2020, that is longer than 30 days, how were the crew able to remain in Australia on a subclass 988 maritime crew visa? So there's a couple of questions in there.
Senator, thank you. I'll take the first part of that on the customs measures. Look, I think, firstly, I'll just refer you to the ABF Commissioner's response on this matter to the Senate Select Committee on COVID-19 on 18 August, where I think he went through a lot of this in detail. I can take specific questions like this one on notice, but as a principle, the cruise ship may or may not have been entered. Normally, I would assume it would not in that circumstance, because the vessel would have come into Australian waters. It would have operated under a ministerial determination that exempts cruise vessels from the requirements for importation. But that's talking about whether the vessel is actually imported. That doesn't go to the question of the crew visas. So again, I'll hand over to my departmental colleague for anything further on that.
Thanks, Mr Duckworth. Let's break it up. Am I right that it came in under Section 49A and was here in Australia between the 18th of March and 23rd of April 2020? Let's just address that first.
I'm not sure what arrangements it came in under. I'll take that on notice and come back to you.
Mr Duckworth, someone sitting alongside you or someone on the phone, this is not some obscure dinghy that floated into Sydney Harbour. Let's be very clear. Someone in the room knows exactly the date came in and the date left and on what section under the Customs Act it entered. So someone have a crack for me, please, not taking it on notice.
Senator, I don't have the specific dates as to when it came in, but I think the question of the Customs Act is...
Mr Duckworth, stop. You said you don't know, and I'm giving you an opportunity. Look to your left. Someone there knows. So flick the camera around, please, broadcasting, or Ms Bjerregaard, tell me, am I right? Did it enter Australia, the Ruby Princess? This bloody ship that keeps popping up. It's not something we don't know about. Did it come into Australia on the 18th of March and leave on the 23rd of April under Section 49A of the Customs Act? Please help me. And don't dare take it on notice. Come on.
Senator, it's Jodie Bjerregaard here. I can only comment in relation to the Migration Act in relation to visas. So I'm happy to take and your visa questions on notice, Chair.
Ms Bjerregaard, I'm going to come back to you on that. The department will tell me now. You will answer the question that I posed 3 times now.
Senator Dave Hallinan, Infrastructure. No, we don't have the dates, I'm afraid. It's not something we had oversight of.
Oh, for crying out loud. You cannot be serious. Now, I am one of the most gentle, quietest senators in this parliament, but I am really, really frustrated when someone in the department or ABF, get your fingers typing very quickly on your telephones, please, people. Do not insult the intelligence of the Australian Senate. You can insult my intelligence, but not the committee. Someone needs to answer this and answer it right now. Stop hiding. Mr Duckworth, send off an SMS very quickly, or Ms Bjerregaard, someone.
Senator, I am sorry, but I think these details in terms of dates and precise movements and instructions have been canvassed in quite some detail by our Commissioner. Our Commissioner has provided this information at the Senate Select hearing on 18 August to understand, and so I'd refer you to those comments. I am, however, happy to take, for the specific details of our records of the dates that the vessel entered and departed, I can get those for you for the purposes of this committee. I do not have them to hand today, but as I've said, this is a matter, obviously, as you've correctly pointed out, that is a significant issue, and so has been canvassed in quite some detail. I am happy to address, though, just the question of the Customs Act. I think there is some confusion over out in the industry as well over exactly what happens when a ship comes in. There's not necessarily any requirement for any vessel, any ship, be it a cruise ship or a container ship, to come in and actually be entered under the Customs Act or to have some sort of Customs Act permission. It is a question of fact that we apply as to whether a ship is intending to be imported or not. A vessel such as a cruise ship that would be doing a round trip to other country, come into an Australian port, pick up some passengers, drop off passengers and the like, would, in many circumstances, that would just be part of a continuing voyage. There would not be any expectation of a specific Customs Act intervention on that, just beyond the usual processes and reporting that are required for any vessel that enters Australia.
All right, I tell you, I'm under-impressed. I am absolutely under-impressed. This is a load of bull dust that no one can answer my question. That you even blatantly, all of you, refuse. And hide behind the Commissioner's already made this clear. Very poor attempt. Up till now, Mr. Duckworth, I was giving you the opportunity here. I really was giving you, and the lot of you, I was giving you the opportunity. You've just stained the sheet, I can tell you. So, if someone want to answer the second part of the question while you're all paper shuffling there? I want to know how is it that the crew could stay longer than 30 days in Australia under the 988 Maritime crew visa? Is there someone going to answer that one for me? And if you're not, pack up your books. Thanks very much, and I'll move on. I'm peed off. Anyone want to have a crack today?
Chair, it's Jodie Bjerregaard. Can I please clarify your question in relation to visas?
You can. But please give it a go. What I said was, can you tell me, because I know that's with the dates that the ship came in and came out. I'm not hiding behind any minister's directions. It should be ashamed if some of you, I could tell you. They were here for longer than 30 days. So under their visa, the 988, I'm led to believe that they could not remain in Australia that long, and yet they did. Can someone tell me how that worked?
Chair, I can just make a general comment on relation to the Maritime crew visa, and that is it's a 3-year supplementary visa. I don't have specific details in relation to the scenario you're talking about.
Oh my! Senator Brown, do you want to? I'm going to get back and bang my head against the brick wall again, because it'll probably get more satisfaction than what I'm getting here. Senator Brown, do you have any questions of the officers? And good luck if you do, if you get an answer.
No, not at this point, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I hear your frustration.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Thank the officers. You can head back to the Aussies and grab a coffee or whatever you do. Let's hope you can come back with it. Are you taking them on notice? Are you taking my questions on notice on those the last ones, at least? I know you are, Worth. What about you, Ms. Bjerregaard?
It's Jodie Bjerregaard. Happy to take your visa questions on notice, Senator.
Okay. Look, I'll just let the officers know, if there's a rambling bureaucratic, minister-protected answer, don't even bother sending it over. Thank you very much. We'll now move on. Treasury.
Just to let you know, we have Senator Macdonald on the line as well, Senator Still.
Welcome, Senator Macdonald. How are you?
I'm terrific, thank you, Chair. I have no additional questions for these witnesses, but thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Now we're just waiting for Treasury, and Treasury, I think we're in the building. Okay, now I welcome representatives from Treasury, and for the Hansard record, if you could please state your name and let us know in what capacity you appear today.
Thank you, Chair. Paul McCullough, First Assistant Secretary. I'm the Division Head of Corporate and International Tax in the Revenue Group of the Treasury.
Thank you.
Simon Winckler, I'm a manager in the Corporate and International Tax Division in Treasury.
All right, thank you very much. Now, gentlemen, can you tell us what tax policy and principles would guide Treasury thinking on possible improvements to the shipping taxation incentives that so far have not succeeded in their intent? So they are reformed to attract investment in Australian ships and to help revitalise Australian shipping.
Senator, I don't wish to be unhelpful, but I'm sure you'll be aware that it's not a matter for public servants to give opinions on policy and how policy might be able to change. I'm happy to tell you about the policy settings as they stand.
Well, let's have a go. I did try, but well done, Mr. Culloch. You've been around too long. So have a go. What's around at the moment? And then we can start shaping thought.
If I can start on the very basics. Australia allocates taxing rights very similarly to the OECD. So, for example, if you've got an international firm operating in Australian waters, the typical question to be solved is who has the taxing right over the profits on the enterprise. Our international tax system works on the basis that both the residents of a particular country pay tax on their worldwide income, and in other cases, business activities that take place within a jurisdiction are taxed. That would ordinarily give rise to a double taxation situation. So typically Australia enters into treaties to allocate the taxing rights, and the basic position is for a foreign incorporated firm, they would pay tax as a general rule on their worldwide income, and therefore under the Australian double tax agreement with that country, the taxing right over profits on operations in Australia would not be taxed, with minor exception of coastal shipping. For Australian tax residents, they would pay tax at the normal rate applicable for whatever entity they are running. So a company, for example, if they were running it through a company, that would be typically at the company tax rate of 30%. So that's basically the rule. The coastal shipping thing that I referred to, where an international arrangement operates coastal shipping, then as if you like, a compliance cost reduction or an agreement between the two countries, then typically coastal shipping is taxed at 5% of the value of goods and services that are uploaded in an Australian port.
5%.
That's the treatment for the firms at a basic level. Then there was an act passed in 2012 that gave a few extra concessions under a thing called the Shipping Reform Tax Incentive Act. That gives Australian operators accelerated depreciation and rollover relief for owners of an Australian registered eligible vessel. It gives an income tax exemption for Australian ship operators who are operating eligible vessels on qualifying shipping income. There's a refundable tax offset for employers who employ eligible Australian seafarers, and there's an exemption from royalty withholding tax for foreign owners of eligible vessels leased under a bareboat or demised charter to an Australian operator.
So, Mr. McCullough, thank you for that. But could you help me out here? Because yesterday we had a Cairns-based company, but they operate on the top end of Australia, Coral Expeditions, I think, apologise, I got it wrong. And they were very passionate, obviously. They're a large, I don't know, you wouldn't be aware of them. Obviously, because they pay the taxes, you don't chase them. But there is a real unfair playing field. So when it comes to cruise vessels and passenger vessels, can you tell me what incentives there are to support Australian-owned, Australian-flagged, Australian-crewed tour vessels? Is that what I call passengers? What I call it. You know, passengers jump on and go from Broome to Darwin or sail around the Great Barrier Reef. We're paying passengers. Sorry, I've lost the actual term.
Yes, Chair. Sorry. Just trying to think. Cruise vessels.
Well, it sounded, Senator, like you were talking about vessels that were conducting tours entirely within Australian waters. Yeah.
Yes. So they're under immense pressure because it's not a fair playing field. They spend a lot of money training Australian seafarers. They pay Australian taxes. They spend money, the millions they spend in procurement in Australia would far outweigh what the foreign raiders do. So, but the foreign raiders can come in and they can, you know, offer tours and all that sort of stuff. And I just want to know what incentives there are for Australian-owned operators as opposed to, do the foreigners pay their way? Do they pay more? I think they should pay a lot more.
Well, generally, foreign operators who are operating on that within Australian waters, as Mr. McCullough outlined, they would still be subject to some Australian tax on income that they earn from that.
Maybe that's, look, they were just ganged up when you snuck up on you there. If you don't know, please take it on notice. But they were adamant that the Australian operators are not on the same level playing field, and therefore, and I don't know if it's, you know, if there's anything that taxation, the Department of Taxation has there. Are you collecting from the foreigners? What are you collecting?
Well, Senator, we will take that on notice. It's probably something that I'll have to take up with the Australian Tax Office rather than Treasury. But if I've understood your question correctly, it may relate to the way an entirely domestic operator would calculate tax on net profit, whereas the arrangement for the foreign operator, as I talked about, kind of cuts through that, and they pay tax on effectively 5% of the gross receipts for a certain component. And it may be in some circumstances, some operators think that that is more or less than calculating it in the way that applies to Australians. But we can have a look into that and get back to you.
Thanks, Mr. McCullough. And also because they are procuring in Australia, the wages are paid in Australia, the taxes are paid in Australia. So you get the drift where I'm going out on that one. Thank you. So are there any factors that Treasury are considering in assessing the utility and efficacy of a change in the corporate tax exemption so the benefit was not clawed back when paying dividends to non-resident shareholders? Are you doing any work around there?
I think I've heard in relation to these issues an argument that somehow changing the franking credit system might increase an incentive, but it's if rather than diving into a very complex issue that way, if I start it, I think the argument has been that the very fact that tax is reduced by some of the incentives means that tax that would have been paid is not able to be used as a franking credit when profits are distributed to shareholders. Now, I think somebody has suggested along the way, or maybe the way to remedy that might be to give a kind of a deemed franking credit. This is not an opinion about the merits of the situation. Let me just say that would in effect be tantamount to giving a grant calculated by reference to the tax that was foregone. It's not really something that the tax system does either well or at all, giving somebody a tax credit for tax that is not actually paid. And I'm not sure I can say much more about that.
Mr. McCullough, taxation is such a lively conversation we could talk about it all day. Trouble is, all we want to talk about is why do I have to pay so much and when do I get my tax check back? No, I'm just joking. Look, I will go to Senator Macdonald and then Senator Brown, so I'll give my colleagues an opportunity to demute. And Senator Macdonald, do you have any questions of Treasury around shipping or cattle or agriculture while they're here? No.
Oh,
That's all right.
probably plenty, but none that are relevant to this inquiry, Senator Steele. So no, thank you. I'll let them go.
Okay, well, thank you. Senator Brown? Okay, we've dropped out with Senator Brown. Look, on saying that, I'm mindful of the time, but I do appreciate, thank you, Mr. McCullough, Mr. Winckler, for coming up. We'll look forward to those questions that you've taken on notice, and you will come back to us. And we've set the date, 14 days from today, being September the 23rd, for those answers to come back to us if possible.
Yes, Chair. Thank
you, Mr. McCullough. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And now we will call, and while we're waiting for Maritime Australia to buy a conference, I'll just turn the heater off.
Where do we go?
Right, now, hello, Ms. Lloyd. Yep, wait there. Hello. Okay. Now, I take this opportunity to welcome representatives from the Maritime Industry Australia Limited MILE via teleconference, where we're joined by Ms. Teresa Lloyd and Ms. Sarah Kirsch. So I will ask you to please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Thank you, Senator. Teresa Lloyd, Chief Executive Officer, Maritime Industry Australia.
We can't hear you, Ms. Kirsch. Are you on mute?
Thank you, Senator. I'm no longer on mute. Thank you for that prompt. Sarah Kirsch, Workplace Relations Director, Domestic and International for Maritime Industry Australia. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. And what I will do, Ms. Lloyd, is we'll go to you both to make an opening statement. It's been a lively inquiry, so let's see if we can keep livening it up, shall we? So, Ms. Lloyd, over to you.
Thank you, Senator. We'll keep our opening comments relatively brief in as much as we appeared before you, I guess, around a year ago. The situation for the industry remains as it was then, and that is that we believe there is an opportunity for Australia to have much more capability and capacity of having Australian content involved in our maritime activities. We have enduring issues to do with skills development, not because we can't train people and not because we don't have enough people who want to go to sea, but because we have no work opportunities for them once trained. And that is really the nub of the issue for the industry. If we follow that through, there are various ways we could create an industry to create those job opportunities, to justify the training. They include things like tinkering with the system we already have, but what we're very interested in is building a new capability within the country, in fact, external to the country. We should be able to run vessels anywhere, doing anything. We shouldn't be bound the way we are in this country to the idea of coastal trading being the be-all and end-all. It's the tail that wags the dog. We are a nation that is heavily reliant on international shipping, and international shipping should be as much part of our psyche as it is anybody else's. We've made a number of recommendations about what needs to change in order for a shipping industry to be built based in this country. And it must be said, members of the committee, the COVID crisis has made the situation very, very difficult in this country. The internal border closures as well as the external border closures have put untold pressure on our membership. We recently did a survey of our members, and in excess of 50% were in receipt of the first round of JobKeeper. That drops off for the second round, and we're very concerned about what the impacts that has, because we know some of the impacts are flowing through now, and it's going to happen after the supports that are in place now are removed. The offshore oil and gas industry has been very heavily hit because of no ongoing work, and made exceptionally worse by the WA border closure. It has made really difficult the ability for people to both attend WA to work and to return to WA if they are residents. It has added untold costs to those businesses. Obviously, the marine tourism industry has been utterly decimated by the COVID crisis, and all the other members are facing increased costs. And in fact, when we surveyed the members about what those costs were, a vast number were in excess of 40% increased costs. The industry is really struggling at the moment because of COVID. We need the internal borders to come down for essential workers, and we need that urgently because our industry is suffering. As you know, it wasn't doing all that well beforehand, and so this latest impact is really hurting. The incoming passenger cap is also really hurting the maritime industry because we can't bring crews in to get crew changes done within Australia because of the international passenger cap, limiting inbound seafarers with the exception of Queensland. Thank you very much, Queensland. You're being very pragmatic and we appreciate it. Senator, our recommendations are as per our submission, and we're very happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Kirsch, did you wish to add anything?
Not at this time, Senator. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's get down to the hard part. COVID hopefully will come, and hopefully Hopefully there will be some moods. In terms of the border closures, I won't enter into those arguments because I'm here in WA and our Premier's missed the 91%, and fortunately we don't have outbreaks, but we are all very mindful of the consequences that follow. But, on saying that, tell me more, Ms. Lloyd, about your recommendations. Let's go through them. What do we need to do in this direction? Let's be serious. Let's roll our sleeves up, because Band-Aids. Well, there are no Band-Aids. We've got weeping wounds. We've got open sores. We've seen. I make this statement regularly after a conversation with an old mate of mine, Macdonald, a couple of years ago, that the first fleet had more ships come into Australia's shores than we do now. So let's roll the sleeves up and get into it. Ms. Lloyd, what are we going to do to fix this?
Well, Senator, I certainly heard part of the Treasury evidence just provided, and I think most of the issues we have in terms of building the national capability, the strategic industrial base that we believe this country needs in a shipping capability, begins with corporate tax. And what we need to do, we're happy to talk to Treasury about the hows and the whys, but shipping is an international industry. Shipping internationally is taxed very favourably in their home countries. While we have shipping tax incentives as a result of the 2012 reforms, and they are helpful, they are nowhere near competitive enough to bring ships to this country in the same way that other countries have. And we are talking about our near neighbours. We could compare to Europe, where a tonnage tax style regime is very common, but our near neighbours, being Hong Kong and Singapore, have quite different regimes to that, and they are very attractive. The Australian regime simply is not attractive enough. And it is a fact of the internet, the way international shipping works, is that it's basically tax-free in the countries where the ships are registered. And unless we want to match that, we will not see growth in this country. Countries either subsidise, incentivise or protect their industries. We don't do any of those meaningfully. We have the veneer of protection in the Coastal Trading Act, but it's nothing more than a veneer. We have the idea of an incentive by the way of the corporate tax regime, but it doesn't go far enough because it doesn't match what other countries do. Shipping companies will move around to jurisdictions that are the most favourable for them, and that's an entirely legitimate thing for them to do. If we want to build an industry, we have to believe that the maritime cluster, the economic cluster that develops from having the ships here, is worth the investment. The ships are the loss leader, and I think if we could start to have that conversation with the Treasury about how to build that capability, what the impact of doing so is, that's the way to step forward. Once we get through the corporate tax regime structural fix, we then need to look at other things. including the way seafarers are taxed. Again, it's shipping isn't an international industry. Seafarers, by and large, do not pay income tax in their home countries. And unless we match that for our own seafarers don't stand a chance, because they either have to accept a wage that's already 30% lower than their counterpart, because that's what's on offer, what is effectively a net wage, not a gross wage. So we need to create the opportunities for our seafarers to work overseas. We need to be able to operate ships with our own seafarers on board in a competitive way to a foreign offering, where the ship owner is paying quite low tax, if any, and the seafarers aren't paying income tax in their home countries either. Those are the two big fiscal reforms that are required. Then there's a range of other things to do with changing the Australian International Shipping Register.
Well, Lloyd, can I just come back, because it's very good points that you make, and I don't wish to interrupt, but I do want to just, while we're hot on the topic of that. So, and you know my position on Australian-owned ships and Australian seafarers, and there's no argument, and my argument very clearly around not only security, but also environment and skills, and the same as the majority of those around the industry continue out our heads against that same brick wall. But what cost, has Miles done the sums, at what cost, if we were to dare pull our heads out from under the desk and think, how can we have a strong, buoyant, a sustainable Australian blue water, a trade and fleet and seafarers, what would it cost Treasury? Well, what would be the dent if we adopted Miles' taxation views, both for the companies and for the seafarers? Are we talking hundreds of billions of dollars that'll break the bank? That's unachievable.
No, we're not, Senator. And I guess that we did some economic analysis in 2015, I think it was, and we're looking to update that at the moment.
Nodding in agreement.
What that modelling shows is that it's actually a benefit to the economy. What's interesting around growing the shipping capability in this country, and this is where we perhaps differ in terms of our Treasury colleagues and the way they view these things, is that the Treasury likes to talk about revenue foregone. So if we have an industry and we give them a tax break, they look at, well, if that same industry existed and they were paying tax, what are we missing out on? Our point is, it's an industry we are never going to have unless we give them the tax break. So the revenue foregone argument does not stack up. And what we need to focus on... Sorry,
Ms. Lloyd, but you've done the work. What are the figures? Have you got them at hand?
I'll have to see if I can pull them up.
Well, I think it's important because, it's a false argument to think, oh, we're going to lose all this tax. But if that tax is down here, and I've got my fingers so close together they're nearly touching, and I'm very keen to hear about your work, the opportunity that it would bring if we were brave enough to go back to the good old days and recognise Australia is a bloody island, crying out loud. Oh, sorry about that. I mean, Australia's down the line, crying out loud.
Sarah's just pulling those figures up, Senator, so maybe can we come back to that in
Yeah. So I cut you off, sorry. Lloyd, please keep.
Think about what I was... so the other thing we have raised recently is definitely the concept of increasing our strategic industrial base. And Senator, we've made a submission recently to the Joint Standing Committee into Foreign Affairs and Defence into the implications of COVID, which goes to this in quite some detail. It's also contained in the submission we made to your committee. But I suppose we've done a little bit of further thinking about what that strategic industrial capability might look like in the maritime sense. And Senator, it also feeds off the bushfire that's come through. What we've seen in recent times is where the Australian maritime industry has stood up for this country and actually been there to help. And when we have vessels that go to the aid of communities in Eden, in Malaputa and elsewhere, what we see is seafarers and the vessels and their owners coming to the assistance of the Australian community. Now, if we don't have those assets readily available, if the contacts aren't there so that our emergency services can call on them, What do we do? I think what the industry has done is proven itself time and time again that they are available and they are there. And it feels like that is not being rewarded in any way, shape or form, even by recognition of the importance of the role they play. And Senator, I have to come back to the way seafarers and companies are being treated during the COVID pandemic when I speak to that. Because the way state governments are treating these companies and seafarers is appalling. They are suffering, their families are suffering, the companies are hanging in there by the skin of their teeth. These are the same people who came to help us during the bushfires. So I think there needs to be a recognition and an understanding that it goes both ways. And at the moment, it doesn't go both ways. At the moment, the industry is expected to step up and they are more than happy to do so. But the governments that are there to represent us don't offer any sort of assistance. And so when we talk about a strategic industrial base, we are talking about vessels that have a capability that this nation may need. Sometimes we've got evidence of occasions when it has already been needed, and that's quite clear. But there are other trade types, other vessel types that I think it doesn't take too much imagination to imagine we may need them at some point in the future. And if we had a minimum volume of vessels of that type, we would be much better protected than we are now. We would be much better served as a community. And the other thing that the COVID pandemic has demonstrated to us is that throughout, with the crew change crisis that we have for international ships, we have much greater levels of control over something that has an Australian content. Getting a crew change done for an Australian ship is relatively more straightforward than for a foreign ship at the moment, because we have control over those things. When we don't have any control, when ships stop, that's when we as a nation have an issue. And what we have outlined is a number of trade types, another number of vessel types. This is contained in our submission to the Joint Standing Committee into Foreign Affairs. That would be helpful, that would be useful to this country. We've done some back of the envelope calculations about what we think that would cost, because our suggestion is that these vessels operate commercially most of the time, but they operate commercially with a retainer from the government. And the retainer is there so that we call on them when we need them. And that's an understood factor of this whole vessel fleet. And we've estimated that if that was even just 12 ships, which isn't very many when you think about the size of our task, we're talking about maybe 140 million as a retainer every year. And what we're talking about there is the employment of in excess of 700 people that aren't employed now. So those are back of the envelope figures. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in this, but it needs to be done in a cooperative way. There's no point the industry talking about it, but government not engaging with us on it. We need to engage, we need to talk about this strategic industrial capability.
Look, I don't have an argument with you, Ms Lloyd. My last one before I go to my colleagues. Now, I don't need names, addresses and phone numbers, but if the government were to think outside the box on what you've said about absolutely, giving the industry the opportunity to trade on a level playing field, would there be shipowners lining up ready to invest?
I believe there would, Senator. We've obviously been canvassing the idea of a strategic fleet with our members for quite some time. And to be honest, I've been pleasantly surprised at the interest from the membership. And we've had interest just in recent times from companies that are willing and interested to make something more of the Australian content in their own shipping capability. And I think that's an important thing to do.
And Ms Lloyd, sorry. Have you presented that to government for discussion?
Not recently. The government wrote to us last year advising that they were not going to consider a strategic fleet. We haven't revisited that in recent times. As much as anything, Senator, look, COVID, we have been so busy trying to manage the pandemic.
Look, I understand that, and probably now with COVID, my own view is the same as the trucking industry. Now is the time to be brave. Now is the time to have grown-up conversations. Anyway, Senator Macdonald, I'm wary of the time.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation and very comprehensive submission. I was interested in your submission 1.2.2.1 strategic fleet funding sources. when you've made the comparison between government funding for road and rail, and you've made some good points as we go forward. But at point 64, or paragraph 64, you've talked about using round numbers, 20 vessels would result in 900 permanent jobs, provide training for 100 seafarers every year, required $200 million annually in support. Can you just talk to me a little bit more about that, about how you would see that providing how the $200 million annually, the government or the country would have some assurance that this become a competitive commercial operation and that it would be sustainable?
Yeah, sure, Senator. So that's basically based on the cost differential that we work on between Australian ships and foreign ships generally. I mean, if an Australian ship costed the same as a foreign ship, people would probably use them. And so the differential varies between ship types and over time, and is often quoted in US dollars versus Australian dollars, but it's between 5 and 7 million generally Australian dollars. And the figure that we've provided is really just a straight 20 ships by 5 million to come up with that figure. So it certainly relies on, there's a lot of work that needs to go into what those ships are doing commercially to make them viable within a trade. So we want to make sure that there is an entire trade there to be filled. The ship's not going to be sitting around empty half the time because they don't make a lot of money when they do that. But in general, it's a very rough and ready, just the cost differential figure.
All right, so by that you mean wages and maintenance compliance, regulatory compliance, is that a portion of that?
Yes, it's largely wages, but it also goes to some of the other issues, and certainly in terms of compliance costs and maintenance costs, yes. Right,
okay. It would be, I see in your submission at paragraph 92 that you talk about fiscal and regulatory settings that would make them Australian ships more competitive. I'd be really keen as part of this inquiry that we understand that well, because, yeah, okay. All right. And sea care. I've got a lot of feedback from people up here in North Queensland about sea care. So basically, it's just not efficient. Is that right? Why do we still have it?
Well, Senator, I can't tell you why we've still got it. But the issues with it are many, and we could talk to you all day about it. The biggest issue with sea care is that the scheme is so small as to be, well, that's not the biggest issue actually, it's one of the issues. It is so small that there is absolutely no scale, and so there's no efficiencies due to scale within that regime. The biggest issue with the sea care scheme is that coverage has not been clearly defined, nor can it be. And we have spent years trying to define coverage of this scheme. We can argue about it until we're blue in the face with our employer representative colleagues, and we do. But unless we can come to any firm conclusion about what coverage is, we have no certainty about the scheme's viability. And what we've seen, and I might ask Sarah to speak to this, is that some court decisions have placed a great deal of uncertainty and exposed the scheme to employers who previously thought they were not covered. And that exposure of the scheme has caused a great deal of damage. It has really undermined the viability. There is a safety net fund which has effectively been depleted as a result. But if I could ask Sarah perhaps to speak to the court decision that has placed us in this position.
Yes, thank you. Look, just briefly, Senator, effectively late 2014, the full federal court made a decision which sort of destroyed industry's previous understanding of who was in and who was out of the sea care scheme. So whilst the scheme thinks it covers around, at any given time, about 4,500 employees, it doesn't actually know because a lot of employers who probably are covered by the scheme as a result of that decision don't actually know that it exists, because it's a small niche scheme, and most employers actually think they're covered by state and territory schemes, which cover the vast majority of Australian employees. The result of that is that because the scheme is wholly underwritten by the employer participants, is that there is a big exposure on what is called the safety net fund. So employers need to ensure that in all times there is an appropriate amount in the safety net fund in case an employee gets injured and their employer is not appropriately insured. And what I mean by that is the employer may well be insured under a state scheme when in fact they should be insured under a C-care scheme. And it's not because they didn't, deliberately sought the wrong insurance, it's just they didn't think they were under this scheme. So that, of course, creates this issue where we have this big exposure on a fund that is wholly underwritten by industry. And the uncertainty means that in some cases, employers double insure just to make sure. But of course, that's only the employers that know that this scheme exists, because there's a lot of small commercial vessel operators who don't think they're in the scheme because they only operate, say, within North Queensland, but the effect of the court decision, which basically said if you're a company and you employ employees on a ship, you're covered on an Australian ship, and then you're covered by this scheme. That's a really simplistic overview of the decision. It's obviously a bit more complicated than that. But the decision actually involved a tiny little barge only operating in Western Australia. So there's a lot of similar operations which would have had no interface with the scheme.
And Senator, just to point out as well, the size of the scheme is around 5,000 employees. The next smallest scheme in the country is Defence at over 100,000. So it has no... The scale issue is just beyond the pale. There's swings and roundabouts, obviously, in the different state-based regimes, but no worker would be left uncovered if they were to be covered by the state regimes, which is our recommendation. Most maritime workers are covered by state regimes. These 5,000 people should fall within state-based regimes.
And I assume that the 5,000, the reason why they're covered by this is because they're going further offshore than the state, the national boundaries. Is that why?
Sarah, would you like to answer that?
I would love to answer that if I could give a straight answer. So originally, Senator, my understanding is the scheme was set up where you had seafarers operating between different jurisdictions, and that was before there was mutual recognition of workers' compensation laws, which has happened in the early 2000s. So that's why it was originally set up. The difficulty was that the federal court decision, which I referenced earlier in 2014, called Sanson Maritime v Alcott, actually said that that is not the coverage mechanism for the scheme. It relates to a company employing a person on a ship, and it didn't necessarily relate to the jurisdictional operation of where the ship goes at any given time, which is what industry thought the coverage was. So really, the federal court told us we were all wrong.
Well, thank you for being perfectly well informed on this. I think as a committee, it would be useful for us to make a recommendation on an examination of this scheme, that there's not a duplication and potentially gaps in coverage. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll leave my questions there.
Thanks, Senator Macdonald. Now, we are going to go to a break. Firstly, before I do go, Ms. Kirsch, did you manage to find those figures on the costings to Treasury if we were to have this brave new view of shipping playing a vital role in our transport psyche?
Senator, I'm afraid that the figures I found related to the potential benefit to Treasury if we had it, rather than the costs to them.
Okay, we'll start with that.
So I'm sorry, I'll just refer to my phone because I did text it through to Teresa. So based on our modelling in the 2015 economic analysis, the potential benefit contribution to the economy was 4.25 billion in output, potential taxation revenue of 867 million.
Sorry, 4.25 billion potential revenue?
No, so that's not taxation revenue. So that's economic benefit.
Oh, economic benefit, yes, 4.25, yep.
860 million taxation revenue. So that would be the benefit to Treasury, I'm assuming.
Yep.
And potential of 9,000 new jobs, and that includes direct and indirect on all counts. So that's from the executive summary of the 2015 PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, economic analysis, which Teresa referenced earlier.
Very good, okay. Geez. All right, now can I just ask, just for some clarity, and we can get it on notice from Treasury what they would lose under this plan. They wouldn't lose, you know what I mean. How many ships did that take into account, Ms. Lloyd?
That was assuming a growth in the sector of 100 vessels. And 100, I would have to just go back and confirm, but my recollection of what we factored into that at the time was a large number of vessels that had recently left. We assumed they came back in. There was a large number of vessels within the offshore sector that came within, and then there was just outright growth. And that growth we projected based on what happened in the UK when they introduced their tonnage tax, but we took a very conservative view of what we might actually attract in this country. So,
You'd have a breakdown by industry.
yeah, look, I'm not sure if we actually wrote it down, but the back of the envelope stuff we did when we were modelling it, that's what it was based on.
I just think for the benefits, you see, because in this nation we're very good at finding all the problems, but I like to focus more on what are the solutions. And I think that, you know, what we have learnt over the years, that government is not the suppository of all wisdom. Is that the right word? sorry, former Prime Minister's words, not mine. But, you know, we need to actually present the whole idea, and Senator Macdonald will speak for herself, but what we do try and do, and I know I'm safe ground saying here, we actually want to make a difference. And part of making a difference is actually to do the hard work, roll up our sleeves, seek wisdom from those who know the industry, not us, and then shape it into a report that actually could give the opportunity for Australia to be even greater than what we are. So, Lloyd, on that, just a couple of last ones I do want to do. Now, no, it's all right, I've gone blank. No, sorry, I've gone completely blank. Anyway, can I just say thank you very much, and we'll give you 2 weeks if you wish to come back with the information that we seek. Close of business on the 23rd of September, but I think it would be vital for us to get our hands on that. So thank you, Ms. Lloyd, thank you, Ms. Kirsch.
Thank you,
okay.
Thank you, Senator.
All
Thank
right.
you, Committee.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Now, as per normal, we've gone over a little bit, but we will take we've scheduled at 15. Is that you, Paula? Yes. Oh, hello, Paula. How are you? We have scheduled a 15-minute break, and I'm always mindful to give our hardworking staff and broadcasting hands not to stretch their legs. So let's come back at 9:20. But before we go, am I able to get hold of AMDC, Mr. Hammond back again, just for 5 minutes after the break before I go to the ITF? I've got a couple of questions to put to him. See if he's available, Paula. We'll come back at 9:20.
Chair, Rear Admiral Hammond online now. It's with pleasure.
Oh, you're there now. Let's do it now. Fantastic, Mr. Hammond. Thanks so much. All right, just quickly, I'll put this to you. Does AMDC believe that retention of a core fleet of Australian registered ships on which seafarers can be trained to IMO and STCW convention standards is important for delivering a supply of qualified merchant seafarers that can be utilised for crewing of defence auxiliary ships, such as auxiliary oiler replenishment ships, which are known as AORs, troop carriers, hospital ships, training ships like the MV Sycamore, a multi-role aviation training ship, Sydney Harbour tugs, the Alwing and Borry, submarine escape gear ships, for example, the MV Besant, and rescue gear ships like the MV Stoker. Long question, but I reckon you'll be all over that, Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, Chair, thank you for your question. Rear Admiral Hammond. What I can say is the Australian Maritime Defence Council hasn't formed a view that addresses that question. The Maritime Defence Council that I've been chairing for the last 2 years has met twice and discussed a range of issues, some of which intersect with that question, but most don't. It's a stakeholder engagement forum as opposed to a policy advice forum. I'm happy to take that question on notice and I will do my best to answer the elements that I can that have a Navy nexus. But to my knowledge, there is not an AMDC consolidated view. I'm sure you'll appreciate it's a very diverse membership, including attendance by the Maritime Union, CEO Shipping, CEO Maritime Industry Australia, Royal Australian Navy, Maritime Border Command. So I could not offer a consensus view on behalf of the Council.
No, of course. I would ask Mr. Hammond, could I be cheeky enough to ask if you throw it on the agenda for the next meeting as a request from the chair of the committee? There you go. You can only say yes or no. Have a think about it.
I'll take the question on notice and I will include it in my handover to Rear Admiral Smith, who will inherit the chair responsibility for Friday.
I forgot, sorry, you're escaping. Yes, that's right. All right, my last one then. Could you advise the committee on the status of Navy's alternate crewing model and to what extent does Navy intend using civilian seafarers on its auxiliary fleet ships in the coming years, Mr. Hammond?
Chair, the alternate crewing model has been discussed a number of times over the past few years for different reasons. And the answer is effectively there's a spectrum of options which depend upon the employment model, i.e. the closer you get to an operational employment model and operational risk, the farther you get away from having an alternate crewing model. Some of our capabilities must be managed and operated exclusively by uniforms for a number of reasons related to Defence Act, risk, etc. I'm sure you'll appreciate. Where it is appropriate to engage with industry in partnership crewing arrangements, we do so. And you mentioned a couple there with MV Sycamore, Besant and Stoker, etc. So there is not a black and white answer. There's a spectrum of models, and we work with industry partners and quite often with shipbuilders in the contract stage to determine what's the right model.
Is it a national? Am I encroaching on national security if I was to ask for examples that are being done throughout the nation now?
I would rather take that on notice, Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely, it's okay. Mr. Hammond, thank you so much for your time. Senator Macdonald, did you have any questions of Mr. Hammond? Sorry to bounce that on you at the last minute.
No, I'm sorry, Chair. I wasn't really following who this witness was. I couldn't quite hear. Is this from the international?
Chair, this is Rear Admiral Mark Hammond. I'm the Deputy Chief of the Navy, and one of my ancillary duties is to chair the Australian Maritime Defence Council on an annual basis.
Oh, I do apologise, and I'm sorry I wasn't prepared with questions for you. I'm really sorry. I'm sure you could have provided some terrific insights. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Macdonald. I must apologise, Rear Admiral. I demoted you to Mr. 2 weeks too early. There you go. So thank you very much, Rear Admiral. I do appreciate that. We will now take the break, the 15-minute break, and we will come back at 9:25, where we will hear from the ITF and the dulcet tones of Mr. Dean Summers. Thank you very much. Short adjournment. Now, we'll start again. Welcome back, everyone. And I now welcome Mr. Dean Summers from the International Transport Federation. Mr. Summers, if you could give your name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Dean Summers. I'm the National Coordinator for the International Transport Workers Federation in Australia.
And before I go to invite you to an opening statement, Mr. Summers, I put it on the public record that you and I have known each other, worked with each other and been friends for many, many, many years. And what has brought us together was when we both in previous lives were organising down on the waterfront in Fremantle. So welcome, Mr. Summers. So I'll give you the opportunity to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Senator. But before I do, I wonder if I might just take a few moments to recognise and acknowledge the loss of 40 seafarers, it seems appropriate in this forum, who have apparently drowned off a cattle vessel, a livestock vessel called the Gulf Livestock 1 off the south coast of Japan. The Gulf Livestock 1 is a livestock vessel that frequents Australia and helps take Australians' trade to international markets. It's a Panamanian registered vessel, and I understand that there are two survivors and a third body was found. So a tragic event, 40 fatalities, and I think it's appropriate that your committee acknowledges and understands that it's a really tough life out there at sea.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. Yes, my condolences to the family and friends as well.
I might add that the ITF represents all of those workers and will continue to represent and help work with their families. And it's an unfortunate part of the flag of convenience system, which I'll go into, in that Panama will have the primary responsibility for investigating that accident, something that doesn't fill us with confidence. So, Senator, thank you for the opportunity to talk about international shipping, and in particular, our specialty is the flag of convenience system. It's important that your committee and others understand the nature of that industry, and you've touched on a number of consequences of flagging out an Australian flag, because when there are no Australian flag vessels available, and when it's been undermined by cheap foreign labour and cheap foreign ships, then the vacuum is immediately filled by deregulated ships with crews that are open to exploitation, not always exploited, but sometimes, and I'll go into that. And on a number of areas, I'd just like to walk you through a couple of those things as we go through my submission. Primarily, they are the crew change crisis that besets the world's fleet, the nature of the temporary licences and how that impacts international seafarers, national security, and you touched on, interestingly, with the Australian Border Force on what the flag of convenience presents to the national security debate, and of course the exploitation and accusations of slavery on board international vessels. So I'm in your hands, Senator, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to the committee.
All right, thank you, Mr. Summers. Look, firstly, one of the topical issues for the moment, of course, is COVID-19. So I'd be interested to hear from you how it's affected the global shipping fleet. And bear in mind that I did go on board a ship in Fremantle probably about 5 or 6 weeks ago, and these poor devils had been plying their trade between Australian ports for about 42 days. They'd been on the ship for 14 months. They were hoping to exchange crew in Fremantle that day, and they were denied that opportunity. And the mental well-being of some of those seafarers was quite fragile. So just to explain that I did get on the ship and talk to these guys, Romanian captain, predominantly Filipino crew. Just so for other senators, a crew of 7 were flown in from the United Arab Emirates that day, where the guys on the ship were to go off, self-isolate for 14 days, then jump on a plane back to their ports. They were denied that opportunity. The 7 crew landed in Perth, and the company decided rather than self-isolate for 12 days, they put it straight on the next flight back to the United Arab Emirates, and those poor devils sailed back off with the hope that they'd get to the next port and then get the opportunity to get off that ship. And in the 14 months they had been on that ship, some of them, they told me, they were denied shore leave for that 14 months. So let's talk about the global effect on the effect of the global shipping fleet on COVID-19. I'll be keen to hear your view.
Yeah, well, thank you, Senator, and thanks for going on board that vessel. I know that you were escorted and accompanied by members of the Maritime Union and the ITF and the Inspector in Western Australia, Keith McCorriston. You added another dimension of interest to the shipping company, the stevedoring company, and everybody else, and you shone a light in that dark corner. That was one case amongst many, many thousands, and the ITF estimates now there are upwards of 350,000 international seafarers that are unable to go home off their ships around the world after they've finished their contracts. And so their contracts for an able-bodied seafarer is usually around 9 months, and the ITF sets that as a maximum. For officers and masters and chief engineers, it's usually about 3 months. And of course, we now, and you have experienced, seafarers, regardless of their ranks, been on board for 12, 14, 16, and now we're hearing examples of 18 months. And you quite rightfully pointed out that one of the first consequences, one of the first casualties of COVID for seafarers was that they were denied shore leave. And so they not only are they on board for these lengths of time, they're not even allowed to step foot on the wharf. So 14, 16, 18 months on a ship without stepping foot off that ship. So you could imagine how bad that is. And I've heard a lot of people complaining about being isolated for 14 days in a hotel. Well, you could extrapolate that to months and see what they think of that, because it is terrible. We see there are differing approaches to that, but essentially in Australia, there is no coordinated response from our national government, our federal government at all. And that's a big problem. And it's a big concern for us, because governments like the UK government initiated a virtual summit for anybody who wanted to come along, a virtual summit, particularly for shipping nations, to discuss crew change crisis. And this was 2 months ago. The crew change crisis, the availability of adopting the IMO standards for safe corridors for seafarers to come and go through those corridors to their ships and to home, and also to engage aviation and the maritime sector together. Now, 13 countries attended this and adopted those procedures. 13 countries. Australia didn't call into it at all. And that is a huge gap. And it was the immediate attention to the world that Australia just didn't care or wasn't engaged in this terrible issue. So that's a big concern for us. I have to note that there are some agencies, some states, and I'm involved in a number of discussions and small working groups to deal with the issue, but it's just simply a report back where we are with things. There's nothing proactive. Nobody's engaged our neighbours, Philippines, India, Sri Lanka, those countries that provide labour for the flag of convenience ships and the industry. Nobody's engaged those. Nobody's engaged the international aviation market to try to organise flights for seafarers to come and go. Bearing in mind, Senator and members of the committee, that if ships stop for whatever reason, then our economy stops very, very quickly behind that. And with the lack of any sort of coordination, then big sectors like the resource sector simply go into a shell, don't want anybody on or off, don't want anybody into their terminals, don't want anybody out of their terminals. And so they're just hoping it's going to miraculously go away and international seafarers won't complain anymore. But the opposite is true. I know that from Western Australia, you're very familiar with Dampier and Port Hedland on the east coast. The big coal terminals in the northern Queensland, are good examples. If you stop one of those ships, then immediately, and when I mean stop, I mean seafarers have the right, after the end of their contract, be that 3 months or 9 months, to simply stop working. And Port State Control, AMSA, must take that into consideration. And the ship can't sail if it falls below minimum safe manning. So a ship with below minimum safe manning in Port Hedland, Dampier, Hay Point would simply stop moving and nothing would happen. They can't force those seafarers because that would be against humanitarian grounds. It's a very big concern for the industry, but they're not doing anything about it. I have to acknowledge the fine work, you talked earlier about thinking outside the box, of Pilbara Port's CEO, who has been, Roger Johnson, who has been working inside his own group in the ports that he is responsible for to try to establish green zones and a crew change centre. So I understand with discussions with Roger that his proposal is to create a centre where seafarers can fly into Port Hedland International Terminal, maintain a green corridor along the same lines as the IMO standards adopted by those 13 countries. By the way, United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia took the time to come into those meetings and discuss opportunities for seafarers, but Australia didn't. So the idea is to have a green zone, then a green campus for seafarers to come and stay. They should be of the highest quality. We're not cutting corners for this. And then they wait for their ships as soon as possible. They'll have a green corridor from that campus onto their ships and vice versa. Seafarers effectively will be provided with a level of corridor from Port Hedland and Dampier in the safest possible way. Immediately, it looks after the communities, people of Western Australia, but most importantly, it gives seafarers a chance to get off their ships after 16, 17, 18 months at a time.
And Mr. Summers, sorry, I got a bit of feedback there, but Mr. Summers, I've heard, and I'll be keen to hear if other senators have heard this, that, you know, from goods to furniture to tools to bits and pieces in so many of our small businesses that are struggling through the COVID section, where a lot of them can't get stock because it comes out of China, and you know the freight isn't getting here. I suppose, looking into the half glass full here or the half glass empty, as you say, would it ever get to the situation where maybe because the seafarers themselves, as you pointed out, the terrible thought of being stuck on a floating container for all that time, where it might get to the stage where companies might say, look, it's just all too hard. If Australia doesn't engage internationally, if Australia doesn't grip with two hands saying, well, hang on, we are an island nation. We rely 98% of our trade is by sea. What could be the consequences? I know it's looking into a crystal ball, but I think it needs to be mentioned.
You don't have to look into a crystal ball. The consequences are obvious to everybody. They're obvious to Roger up in the Pilbara ports, which exports at maximum price and at maximum throughput now. The consequences will be that export stops. If ships stop, if seafarers stop, if seafarers have had enough, or if there's a maritime casualty brought on by fatigue, and that's right through the industry now, then that whole industry will stop, costing billions of dollars a day. And so what is needed is a proper response from the federal government. It needs the federal government to send a message to the world. We understand this issue, we're across it, and we're doing what we can to coordinate at the highest level. We've called for a task force to be formed in the federal government to work across those industries, to work across agencies, and to work internationally to try to facilitate crew change. The roadmap is already there in the IMO guidelines. It's been picked up by 13 other countries. Some are working okay, some aren't working so okay, but everyone's trying and pushing in the same direction. In Queensland, the head of Maritime Safety Queensland has adopted the same regulations on a much smaller scale out of Brisbane, and crew changes are coming in and out of Brisbane at the rate of, I think, something like 1,000 a month, close to those sort of numbers. And that's significant. It's not going to make much of a dent into 350,000, but it does give industry hope, it gives seafarers hope, and gives us somewhere to channel seafarers and companies who want a crew change.
Look, I'll flag this, Mr. Summers, that I've had the ability in my shadow ministry role for road safety to have active engagement with the Assistant Minister for Road Safety and Freight Transport, Mr. Scott Buckholz. And he has a group, and I'm on that group with industry leaders and industry representatives, not all of them, but there are a number of them, where we have the ability to all feed in because we've had the challenges of getting trucks across the borders. Now, you've not had that opportunity with the shipping industry under the minister to do that. Have you flagged it with the relevant minister, which is the Deputy Prime Minister?
We have, and Paddy Crumlin, who is the president of the ITF and also the National Secretary of the Maritime Union of Australia. I think he appeared yesterday. He has written formally to the Prime Minister and to the Minister. We have sent messages politically far and wide to try to draw their attention to this crisis, which is not going away. And if COVID was cured, if we had a vaccine tomorrow, it would still take months and months and months to clear away the backlog, and we would have seafarers that have been on close to 2 years without stepping foot off a ship. And so the ramifications to human rights is obvious, and the ramifications, as I've just outlined, to our industry and our economy is just huge. So it's a huge frustration that they're not going to do that. I know that there is a joint standing committee listening to us next week on the same issue, and hopefully we'll get the message across. But there is just nothing happening from the federal government while everybody else understands. The shipping industry in Australia, the Mile, you heard from Mile earlier on, they know what's going on, and they're with us standing shoulder to shoulder. The international shippers from around the world contact us and say, how can we manage this? What do you want us to do? And we're saying, well, you can go to Brisbane. Maybe there's something in Western Australia soon. Divert your ships as best you can in Singapore when that's open. But it's just an extraordinary situation where everybody knows the problem. But the people who should be taking responsibility for Australia's economy are sitting on their hands and not responding to our requests. It needs a focus. It needs a response immediately because now we've got ships trading around the Australian coast with fatigued officers, tired crews, exhausted crews with no way of getting off, and they don't know when they're getting off. On the weekend, I came across a crew who contacted me from Kiribati who had been on, somebody had been on there for 17 months already, and they just desperately need to come off. That was off an Australian National Line chartered, an ANL chartered vessel trading between New Zealand and Australia for the last 17 months with no chance of getting off. So the matter is dire, the circumstances are urgent, and we've got to do something about it before seafarers are hurt and the industries are hurt too.
Yes, and I experienced that firsthand with that poor captain and his crew, and he was at a wit's end. All he was worried about was not only his own mental health, but the crew, and it was just hard to imagine. I know how hard, we whinge because we're stuck in an aeroplane for 4.5 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours if we're unlucky enough trying to get from Brisbane to Sydney, and how dare we whinge for these poor devils being stuck out there. And just so it is clear, they've been plying their trade, this ship that I was on, 42 days around the nation. COVID was not an issue with them. I mean, for crying out loud. And anyway, so look, I am mindful, I want to get going. I'm mindful that Senator Macdonald will have some questions too, but I want to go to a favourite topic of yours and mine, and that is our temporary licences. So, Mr. Summers, you've had vast experience with international crews on temporary licences, and I'm very keen to get your thoughts and your views on the effect that the Department of Transport put into ensuring that ships issued with TLs have decent conditions on board. And I know if everything was Mickey Mouse, you would be retired now, as McCullough and another friend of mine, and there'd be no ITF officers in Australia because everything would be tickety-boo, and we know that couldn't be further from the truth. So give us a rundown what's going on there, Mr. Summers.
Well, there's no chance of retiring the ITF anytime soon because the industry is as tough now on international seafarers as it ever was. I've explained that international seafarers have been used as a wedge against Australian seafarers in the Australian industry. It's certainly not their fault, but it is the fault of government inaction, bad legislation, bad regulations, that our coast is now completely reliant on flags of convenience ships to carry all our fuel, all of our cargoes, all of our dangerous cargoes, including ammonium nitrate, and completely reliant on now tired and fatigued foreign seafarers. Some of those seafarers are working under collective bargaining agreements negotiated with their owners by the ITF, and of course some aren't. They all know that should they carry Australian cargoes on the third and subsequent voyages, that they will be able to get extra money for the time that they're carrying those cargoes. But the application of temporary licences is a farce, and the industry knows that if you don't apply, if you have a temporary licence and you continue to trade without paying your crew extra money, you can either intimidate your crew not to ask for extra money, because there are obviously opportunities to punish those crew, and if you get caught, all you have to do is just pay that money back. So it's a bit of a roll of the dice on a temporary licence, whether you get caught paying the Seafarers Industry Award wages, seagoing industry award wages, or not. And the case is that we are daily contacted by seafarers asking us, are they open to getting the extra money for being on the coast? And we'll manage that, and we work with the department from time to time. But the problem is that some ships pay, some ships don't. Some recognise their obligations under the law, some don't, and there's no punishment and there's no policing of it either. And that's a big problem for us. The issue of the Unison Jasper cuts across a number of the items I wanted to talk to today, Senator, but if I might just go into that, it also identifies problems under the temporary licences. So the Unison Jasper is a Panamanian registered ship, a bulk ship. I was asked to come on board in Newcastle about 6 weeks ago, maybe a little longer, and the crew were largely Burmese. We've got a very strong relationship with the Myanmar seafarers, and they know that they can contact the ITF or the unions around the world to get support because they are traditionally treated so very badly. On board the Unison Jasper, Panamanian flagged, Taiwanese owned, Danish operated, working on the Australian coast on a temporary licence, taking the trade of the CSL Melbourne. Now, we remember the CSL Melbourne, and you touched on it yourself earlier, Senator. The CSL Melbourne was in the same port where this dispute happened 6 weeks ago, where dozens of police were called upon to come on board and to drag Australian seafarers off that ship because the operators had decided to use foreign crews. They were cheaper. Well, of course they were cheaper because on that exact same port, that exact same cargo, that exact same trade, and with Tomago as the port operator, we found that 11 of the Burmese seafarers, in fact, all of the Burmese seafarers that had Chinese officers as well, had been underpaid to the tune of $150,000 US. And that might factor in why they are cheaper than Australian seafarers.
Sorry, 100 collectively or each over the years?
No, this ship had these guys on for 14 months. And over that 14 months, they had stolen $150,000 US off the 11 Burmese crew.
Oh,
so that's probably why they're a little bit cheaper than Australians. Yeah. These seafarers were told that they must extend their contract. They had 9-month contracts with dodgy Burmese manning agents, and AMSA uncovered the rort that was going on with a dodgy manning agent in Burma, and they were forced to sign extension. In fact, the Chinese captain said, if you don't sign these extensions, I'll sign them. And so he did. AMSA came on board. I was on there when they inspected it, and they interviewed each seafarer, and it came up with the facts that indeed they were forced to sign their extensions, kept on board for more than their 9 months, more than their first, second and third extension that they were forced to sign. So they were ordered by AMSA that the ship must repatriate those seafarers. And as a consequence, that ship was alongside Tomago's terminal, taking up the place of another. So it started to choke up that terminal. I've got absolutely no sympathy for Tomago because they have to check, and they should check. And I've spoken to the CEO. You've got no responsibility. You just go out to the marketplace, use Rio Tinto. You mentioned them earlier. Rio Tinto chartered this vessel on the open market. The operator is a very fine, upstanding Danish organisation called Lawrenson, who I just checked before I came on today. Lawrenson have taken this ship off their website. Lawrenson have gone to the other websites around the world, taking any relationship of this ship with their company off. But they are still the operator of that ship. So the response is not to fix the problem. The response to when we allege that there are signs of modern-day slavery on board these ships, the Danish operators who effectively have outsourced exploitation of seafarers ignore it. The Taiwanese operators ignore it. The Burmese manning agents run for cover. Everywhere around the country, people run for cover, and these seafarers were left standing on the wharf with me against the law because the law said they couldn't stand on the wharf, but they were in danger on board the ship. This is in an Australian port. Now, the kicker is that this is under a temporary licence issued by the Australian government to run these trades. That comes to everything that we hold that is wrong with temporary licences. There are no checks. There's no policing of the conditions under the licences. They're given to anybody and very, very easily. And as a consequence, people, men and women working on these ships, suffer very badly. And had not the ITF engaged immediately on this ship, that ship would have continued to sail. As a consequence, that ship stayed alongside, I think, for 5 weeks. 5 weeks for a near-new ship sitting there doing nothing because of bad management, bad operations and bad applications of Australian temporary licences.
Well, you would have heard earlier, Mr. Summers, when I'd quizzed the Australian Border Force representative, Mr. Duckworth, about their own words, ABF's own words, when we did the FOC inquiry not long ago, and where they actually said in their words that the flag of convenience shipping posed opportunities for organised crime and terrorist groups to do bad stuff. And when I'd asked what had been done, I got no definitive. Here we go, Senator. We grabbed them by two hands, those that information, and tidied it up. While I'm at it, I'll just good on AMSA for doing that. But what's the fix here? Do we need to fund AMSA? Does it need more resources? Should we carry out audits of every ship that comes into our nation? Do we need to have more inspectors out there? What's the fix there? Because we only catch, I would assume, the tip of the iceberg. Would I be right in saying that, Mr. Summers? And only if the big themselves come to you. If they don't come to you, what check and balances are there?
There's a number of reasons why some seafarers don't come to us. Fear, intimidation, bad owners, blacklisting is a terrible thing around the world. But you asked me what the answer is, and the answer has been hashed around, kicked around this committee for the last 2 days, and that is those areas where Australia considers those cargoes are essential, dangerous goods, ammonium nitrate, fuel, food, all the things that we hold dear to us have to be carried on Australian ships, surely. Surely they do. And if by making it cheaper to exploit seafarers to carry those cargoes around the place, that just opens it up to all those security questions. And Border Force, I think it was under a different name at the time of your 2015 inquiry into flags of convenience shipping, just gobsmacked everybody. And I can't believe that is still on record, that Border Force acknowledges that they don't suspect that the flag of convenience system, which hides the beneficial owner, which gets exploited, sometimes exploited, vulnerable crews from around the world, and all of the other things around FOCs, don't pay tax, give a great opportunity for terrorist organisations and crime gangs, and we have done nothing about it. And what we have done as a country and as a government is try to put wharfies under more pressure, Australian seafarers under more pressure, to raise the eligibility criteria for us to get maritime security identification cards, simply to go to work, simply to get in the gate, and yet all of these other gaping holes are left open. So we have a perfect storm brewing. For ammonium nitrate, just one cargo, and we know now what that can do, and we've seen what happened in Palestine. That's just a terrible disaster, but one shipload of that could do the same sort of damage in any Australian port. It is run exclusively around exclusively around Australian ports under FOC shipping with vulnerable crew. It doesn't mean they're all exploited, but some of them are, and we've had a study done of those ships around the place, and almost all of them have got breaches to Maritime Labour Convention, problems on board the ship with crewing, wages, conditions, and everything else. So they are being exploited in some degree, and that's what we're leaving to carry ammonium nitrate. The first time we have an accident on that, are we going to be saying yes, but really the crew are a bit cheaper than Australians to carry dangerous goods? The same with fuel, the same with essential cargoes. And I hear that we're talking, and I've been studying and watching the relationship grow between Defence and Australia, and that's a very healthy way to view Australian shipping. It's got to be that relationship, and we encourage that all the way through.
And this committee's done, we absolutely know the challenges around carting ammonium nitrate. I mean, it's carted around our nation by road everywhere we go. You'll see it, but particularly in my home state, because there's thousands of tonnes of it heading to the mines north of Perth each week, and our drivers are all fully licensed, they're trained, they're professionals, they're not allowed to leave their vehicle parked anywhere, they have to be with the vehicle all the time while it's loaded, yet we can have, forgive me, 4,000, 10,000 tonnes of the stuff running around our ports and nowhere near the degree of, what's the word I'm looking for, licensing and professionalism and all that sort of stuff tied around it.
It's just none.
Yeah. So I want to go on because I do know that there are others that want to ask questions. Now, one would think if you listen to our departments that if a foreign crew comes in under a temporary licence, that they're going to be paid better than our seafarers who are just on international trade. Is that the case always?
I don't know, Senator. Can you hear me? Because I lost your audio just then.
Sorry, I'm just saying, we do know if we listen to our government agencies that if there are foreign seafarers on foreign flag vessels under the temporary visa system, that they get paid a lot more than those that are just out in international trade. Is that the case, Mr. Summers?
Well, as I understand it, under a temporary licence, seafarers on their third and subsequent voyages must be paid for those days that they're carrying domestic cargoes, must be paid seagoing industry award rates. So there's a gap between what they get now on a day rate and what their seagoing industry award rate is, and they should also be made available to the national employment standards, and I'm not aware that that's happened at any time. So seafarers, should they be, in their view, lucky enough to carry coastal cargoes, then they may be able to get more money, but that's not always the case. And we know that it is a roll of the dice. I mentioned it before. Why would you pay extra as an international seafarer on a Panamanian registered vessel if you didn't have to? They reasonably flag in Panama is to avoid tax and avoid money and payment and regulation. Why would you pay that if you didn't have to? The consequences if you're caught for not paying it are nil. It's very difficult to get caught, but if you do get caught, you just get asked to pay the money back. And if you just keep on denying that and denying that and denying that and will not repay the money back, then the government does get upset with them and can make them pay a fine. But, it's so remote. The application of the temporary licences are so unreliable and just like confetti, and the Unison Jasper is the best example that I've seen. So the Unison Jasper was already in trouble when it was issued its last temporary licence, had already been made to pay $90,000 back pay, and then it went to the government, got another temporary licence for that ship. So
sorry. Okay, now, Mr. Summers, just a couple of quick ones. You have been, to say the least, very vocal on maritime security, and you've touched on that today, and we know the pressure put upon Australian seafarers and Australian stevedores, while the same standards don't apply to foreign seafarers. I remember vividly that expose you had on Four Corners in Sydney that time, when you just drove onto the dock, walked up the gangplank and said g'day. And so how's our maritime security situation in Australia since that episode?
I might just correct you on that, Senator. That, in fact, was a short video that I did on my phone just before I came before your Senate inquiry.
Sorry, right.
And you were gracious enough to let me air that for the first time.
That's right.
And that was very effective, because you can talk about this day and night, but that terminal is in Glebe Island in Sydney, in the middle of Sydney. And it showed me just driving over the bridge, driving through the gate, which is wide open, to the bottom of the gangway, walking up the gangway, talking to the guys at the desk, saying I didn't have any identification, but I want to see the captain. So there you go, there's the captain. And I walked up to see the Polish captain who had been on that ship for a long time, but 10 years off and on. And that ship hadn't left the Australian coast for 10 years with foreign crew on there with zero security. And I might just let you know that that hasn't changed. That hasn't changed. It is not what's considered a regulated port, even though foreign seafarers come and go all the time through there.
Yes, well, I had a series of questions to Border Force and the Department and Home Affairs today, which I was so under-impressed by their lack of willingness to answer. Anyway, I've had another flip out. Sorry, did you want to say something?
I sure do, because this is something that I've been charged with to represent the maritime unions in the area of maritime security because of its international application. The International Maritime Security Code applies to all seafarers, all ships, all ports around the world. But for Australia, there is a fixation on waterside workers, on stevedoring workers. And we have time and time again pointed out that why would we build the fence so high in one area and then leave the doors open all the way around? And that's effectively what's happened. And there is a bill before Parliament now called the Security Amendments Bill, Serious Crimes Bill. And again, we go through this, and it's the government's intention, we've heard through a Senate inquiry, to introduce criminal intelligence, whereby the government can secretly look into the background of any stevedore worker, any aviation worker. In fact, any of 250,000 workers, find guilt by association, or, as they gave evidence in the inquiry, just guilt by suspicion and take away your card. And yet there are all of these gaps around the place. We've spoken about ammonium nitrate, and it's obvious the consequences of getting that wrong. And we know that they've got it wrong. We hope that doesn't manifest itself. But also in the packing yards, where containers are effectively taken outside the security zone, packed by anybody, usually backpackers, put through your trucking experience as well, put a custom seal on it, and then using the security zone to protect whatever you've chosen to put in those containers all the way through. That's a huge gap. No one's looked at it. The fact that the employers, those with effective control of the stevedoring ports, the terminals, and I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with them, but those people that are effectively controlling ships, rosters, employment, those people who are administering gates and everything else, everything to do with that may still be on the premises of these terminals, and they are in many big ports, but do not have to go through background checks. But the wharfies who dare to go on the tarmac and carry containers do have to go under these background checks, so there's a huge gap there. And we continue to go on that the flags convenience that you pointed out with the Border Force earlier provides, it doesn't say can provide, does provide international shippers with an avenue to exploit vulnerabilities from a counter-terrorism perspective or an organised crime perspective. So stop drilling down into a tiny, small section of workers on the waterfront, and only part of the waterfront, certainly not in Glebe Island. Stop attacking this for some fixation that the government have got on these guys. Rather, let's broaden it out. Let's build that fence the same height all around the country and protect everybody. Let's not make this political. Security is far too important for that. So that bill is going to go before Parliament soon, I understand, and we'll be singing it from the rooftops. Be careful, be warned. There are more things to worry about than worrying if a wharfie's done something wrong in his background. They are checked. They're checked extraordinarily high. The level of security and background check for Australian maritime workers is extraordinarily high, probably the highest of any worker in this country. And yet, the people that undermine them and come and take their jobs are issued with a 3-year, that got echoed a few times this morning, didn't it? A 3-year maritime crew visa with no checks. Effectively, the company put a crew list through the machine, and out comes into Border Force. They say, yes, all this crew can have maritime crew visas for 3 years. That takes about 24, maybe 48 hours. Ours takes 3 and 4 months sometimes, and it's just crazy.
That's all. All right, my last one, Senator Macdonald. When did the Ruby Princess arrive in Australia, and when did it depart? You know?
Well, I haven't got the dates, but I'm pretty sure that's documented through inquiries, through the news, the press. We're onto that every minute of the day. But what concerns us is that there are 3 elements to the Ruby Princess, 3 groups of people that were affected. And the government, state government, has done a pretty good political job on investigating what happened when that Ruby Princess was allowed to come into Sydney and was able to get all those passengers off. But the 3 groups are the public in Australia, who were affected subsequently, the passengers who were affected, and 21 of those poor passengers died and paid the ultimate price, but also the crew. And of course, again, maritime workers, seafarers, completely forgotten in the mix. The commissioner, Special Commissioner, had the capacity to look into what happened to the crew immediately after it disembarked its last passenger in Sydney. Effectively, and we're on the record, what happened is there was a political response to this. They tried to completely block out any light coming into the Ruby Princess. But in a nutshell, there were 1,156 people from 50 different nations who were working on that ship at the time and completely forgotten. In fact, worse than forgotten, their human rights, their legal rights, and their humanitarian rights were completely squandered. As soon as that ship left Sydney, the ship was sent down to Port Kembla between 3 wheat silos and a coal stockpile, out of sight, out of mind. I wasn't, as a legal representative to those seafarers, industrial representative, I wasn't able to talk to those seafarers. and a whole series of events conspired against these people. They didn't have a voice other than the ITF and the Maritime Union of Australia, and we were effective in forcing the government against all odds to repatriate probably around 500 people back to their homes at a time when they wanted to keep them on board, to making sure that everybody on board was COVID tested at a time when New South Wales Health said that they don't need to and they're not going to test them. And the clincher for me, the thing that I will take to my grave, is the fact, not too soon I hope, but the fact that the commissioner who had responsibility for this under the COVID pandemic, Commissioner Fuller, said that he knows that there are 200 live cases of COVID on that ship and that there are another 1,000 workers on that ship. Despite that, he has orders to get the ship away, and he will force that ship to sail out of Port Kembla with 6 seafarers alongside well seafarers. That is just the travesty, and that echoed around the world. That embarrassed Australia as a nation, and it's told 50 different nations that we don't care about your citizens. We just got to get this out of our light, get it off our shores and forget about the issues. But that didn't happen. We wouldn't let it happen. Those seafarers, everybody on that ship under the Maritime Labour Convention is a seafarer, and they all got our support, and we fought tooth and nail to have their voice heard, and I think we were successful to a degree.
And well done on that. Well done on that. All right, I'll just, you don't have to comment in on this, but I have information that tells me the Ruby Princess landed on the 18th of March, departed on the 23rd of April of this year. When I posed the question to representatives from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications, the Department of Home Affairs and Border Force, none of them could confirm if I was right. None of them even bothered to even start typing on their phones to confirm it. That's the disrespect shown around that question I posed, let alone to the families who have suffered COVID and lost loved ones from the Ruby Princess infection. Anyway, Mr. Summers, don't go. Senator Macdonald, would you like to debike and go across to you? Sorry, I get carried away on these inquiries and try and hobble on you as long as you need.
Thanks, Senator Stirl. No, really, I was just wanting to expand a little bit more on this concept of crews who weren't allowed off the ships in Australia. I've just been looking for an Australian woman who's a vet on one of the live export boats with a foreign crew. She was not allowed off in Perth when they returned and missed the season window, and has now been on a live export boat in various docks, as you say, unable to get off the ship at all for many months now. And I just wondered what is the pathway to being able to let crews off boats? Is this a Border Force issue or is it a state government issue?
Well, it's different from state to state, and our very considered opinion is that Queensland does it very, very well. But the point is there is no coordination, and what we need to do is to have every state understanding and coming to a realisation that seafarers are special cases because we need our trade to continue. There is the capacity to create green lanes for seafarers to come off their ship through sterile zones and into isolation hotels and then to planes when they arrive, and vice versa on the other way. We need federal government coordination to talk to the aviation industry, international aviation industry, to talk to the Philippines, where there are 280,000 seafarers that trade out of the Philippines, to India, where there are, am I still there?
You're still there.
To India, to Sri Lanka, and to all of our neighbouring countries that supply labour, and to engage those countries because they are all talking about it too. It's in front of the thinking of all maritime nations, whether they supply labour, whether they own ships, or whether they're island nations like us. We're the only one that's not in the loop in all this stuff, and we need to be. We need the attention of the federal government. As far as an Australian woman goes, I know that there is another woman stuck in Dubai. She contacted me overnight asking for assistance in getting back home. She's just paid off a ship in Dubai and keeps on getting bumped because of the caps coming back in. And Teresa Lloyd from Mile mentioned this earlier, that the caps are a big problem and that international seafarers shouldn't be considered in these caps. This woman who spent a long time at sea, paid off in Dubai, wanting to come back home to Queensland, but just cannot get a seat. Every time she secures a seat, I think a business class passenger, a first class passenger bumps her off and she has to go back to the queue again. So there are a whole lot of issues here, but the single thing that we can point to that is frustrating everybody's goodwill and understanding of the industry is that there is no federal government coordination from the highest level.
Okay, so, okay, all right. It's a big body of work then, I think, or a more complex issue than perhaps just my questions today will allow. Chair, I will leave it to you. Thank you.
And if I might just add, I think that vessel you mentioned must have been the Alcuate, and we know that the Alcuate is covered by an ITF agreement, and therefore she is protected under that. The agreement is brokered in Croatia, and I'd be very happy if I could get that person's name to talk to our Croatian affiliate to try to facilitate the best way to get her home.
I would appreciate that very much. I will take you up on that offer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Summers, that brings your time to a close for now. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much. We know where to chase you should we need any further information. And let's get our fingers crossed with the Transport Security Amendment Bill that common sense prevails, and we can certainly move towards building the fence the same height around the whole nation, not just at the front door or the back door for that matter. Thank you, Mr. Summers. Thank you for that. And now we will call our next witnesses, the Australian Maritime College. So via teleconference. So let's go straight to you, sir, to Mr. Van Balen, and we'll get you to introduce yourself and tell us the capacity in which you appear today.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Michael Van Balen. I am the principal of the Australian Maritime College, and I appear today in the capacity as the principal and looking to input on matters relating to education and training in the maritime sphere.
All right, Mr. Van Balen, I'm going to get you to do an opening statement, then I'll give Senator Macdonald an opportunity to go to questions. And then after Senator Macdonald, I've got a few. So, Mr. Van Balen, your opening statement?
Yep, thank you, Senator. In its 40th year as the National Maritime Institute and with over 14,000 graduates, the Australian Maritime College within the University of Tasmania contributes to the maritime workforce through specialised tertiary study programs in seafaring, maritime engineering and maritime business and international logistics, as well as vocational training and short courses in a variety of seafaring skills. In short, we provide education and training for all seafarer licences. As you're aware, seafarer higher education training are regulated by AMSA, which oversees the planning and often lengthy time required to achieve necessary sea time, competencies and experience. However, the introduction of simulation technology affords opportunities to reduce training time, and AMC is working with AMSA to incorporate virtual training into the regulatory framework. While progress is being made, scope exists to increase the use of simulation more broadly, as evidenced by recent Royal Australian Navy training initiatives. On the use of technology, some point to autonomous vessels as the beginning of the end of the seafarer. This is not so, not least because it will take some time before fully autonomous ships are deployed in numbers that make a difference, and seafarer skills will inevitably be required to oversee their operation, pilot them into harbour, manage ports and docks, and contribute to vessel design. While AMC is introducing autonomous technology into its education, training and research programs, the demand for seafarer skill sets will not diminish. At the committee's previous hearing, the United States merchant shipping capability was described as, inter alia, a sovereign capability critical to national security interests. Also, the Canadian witness spoke of the significant contribution made by the shipping industries to the US and Canadian economies. Australia can draw many parallels. In 2010, the Canadian government launched a $73 billion national shipbuilding procurement strategy. Canada is still lacking in the numbers of skilled maritime workers and faces the challenges posed by an ageing workforce, but progress is being made. The greater consistency brought to the maritime industry by that government's approach and changing industrial laws have seen greater economic benefits derived. Indeed, it was revealed at the last hearing that growth of over 700 new jobs by Canadian seafarers resulted from the certainty created within the industry. In 2018, the Australian government embarked on a $90 billion 30-year naval shipbuilding program. Faced with the same workforce challenges as Canada, the Australian government established Naval Shipbuilding College to grow the requisite workforce. As a strategic partner of the Naval Shipbuilding College, AMC is working within its national network to provide solutions to workforce demand challenges, including seafarers, naval architects, maritime engineers and logisticians. But there is much to be done, and only a national approach will see Australia succeed. Some argue the real contribution of shipping should be viewed primarily in terms of freight rates. Others, that a broader perspective incorporating strategic considerations should be adopted. From AMC's education and training perspective, it matters little. However, ongoing changes to our geopolitical climate and environmental considerations may give cause to consider one over the other. And so a Defence and Maritime Innovation and Design Precinct is now under development in AMC's Launceston campus. With a significant funding grant from the Department of Defence recently approved, the scope of enhancements to AMC's maritime engineering and hydrodynamics research facilities will also make a substantial contribution to the naval shipbuilding program and for other maritime industry sectors with the potential to expand shipping operations. In closing, I would observe the topical issue of national resilience and the consequences for national transportation systems affected by natural disasters such as bushfires and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. It seems timely that the committee consider the opportunity and potential for growth in coastal shipping to more effectively augment national road, rail and transport and freight networks and generate a level of certainty within the industry with all the benefits that that brings. Thank you, Senator. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Van Barlen. I will have some questions to you, but Senator Macdonald.
Thanks very much, Senator Sterle. Look, thank you very much for your presentation. I was fascinated listening to the concept of autonomous ships, and I'm with you. I think all of those autonomous functions are some way in the future for us. But I just wanted to ask you about the uptake of training at the college from Australian and I assume from overseas students as well. Could you talk me through that, please?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So in terms of seafarer training, we have two components, which is the higher education and then the vocational training and short courses. Vocational training over the past 5 years has averaged around 1,200 trainees a year. And the majority of the vocational training and short courses are Australians coming here to undertake those courses. And in the higher ed area, there's been a decline in the past 5 years. And initially in 2015, we had around 400 students undertaking higher ed training, and there was a large percentage of that number from overseas. But more recently, in fact, last year, we are at 200 trainees, and the percentage of international students having declined during that time period.
Right, yes, I understand. That would have been, you know, like for all educational facilities, that would have been difficult for you. So you've talked at length about the building capacity and maintaining capacity. Is there, do you have enough infrastructure to be carrying out this training?
Absolutely, Senator. Our infrastructure, particularly in the area of simulation, is state of the art, world leading in many aspects. And our research capability likewise. the confluence of the various research systems that we have on campus is matched in no other place in Australia.
Oh, that's terrific. I look forward to coming and having a look one day, because it is just extraordinary reading through, the sort of services that you offer back to industry as well. Look, thank you very much, Chair. I'll hand back to you.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. So thank you, Mr. Van Balen. And you touched in your opening statement a couple of things that I just have to comment on. And, when you talk about the Canadian model, and I've had the privilege not only we've had the privilege as a nation to hear from Mr. Jim Gibbon, the President and CEO of the SIU in Canada, before this committee, but also I've had the privilege of visiting Canberra and meeting with representatives from the SIU, but representatives from industry, representatives from government, and what a magnificent starting point that would be if our nation could grip the same project or the same desire to see Australian shipping blossom. And my hat goes off to the Canadians and Jim. He's done a magnificent job, and this would be something that, oh my God, I can only dream that we could even talk about. And they've done well. And the beauty of the Tasmania, sorry, Mr. Van Balen, I just saw University of Tasmania behind you. But the beauty of the Canadians is that it was a bit of hard work, but they sat down with industry. They worked tirelessly with the agricultural industry, and they ran the line, the Canadians, that it was Canadian values, whether you're a seafarer, whether you're a stevedore, whether you're a Canadian farmer or exporter, whatever. And they also recognise that there needs to be flexibility. They need to have foreign ships and foreign crews. But what they clearly said in Canada, but if you will apply your trade on the Canadian coast, it's Canadians. Beautiful, happy days. So anyway, you touched on that. One thing I did do also, it's a comment before I go to questions, but I've found, and it's only my view, it's not the view of my political party, but it's my view, that in this nation, Mr. Van Balen, when we talk about transport, we always talk about road transport or aviation or rail. Somehow over the last number of years, shipping has just slid off the radar. And I think it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's criminal, because shipping, 98% of our imports in this nation and exports is done by ships. It's not done by trucks or trains. So anyway, on that, look, Australia has, as we know, two parallel pieces of maritime safety regulation. One being the the Marine Safety National Law Domestic Commercial Vessel Act, and the other one being the Navigation Act, with different systems of seafarer qualifications under each piece of legislation. Could you describe the difference between these systems, and could you help us out? How did we end up with this? Sorry about that.
Well, it's really the two systems relate to international standards, STCW, and then the coastal standards, or the coastal standards that are applied to allow traffic to ply its trade within 200 nautical miles of the Australian coast. And AMSA sets and regulates for our two STCW standards, and ASQA and through Department of Education set standards as they relate to vocational elements or the other licences that exist. So you have two competing demands, and as AMSA is not a registered training authority, it must apply, therefore, into ASQA and like for the conditions that it seeks to apply to those licences that are provided for coastal trade, and it very much has its own guidance in relation to STCW, as long as it meets the IMO regulated minimum requirements, which it does in all cases, and indeed it exceeds them in most.
I'm going to put the pressure on you here, Mr. Van Balen, because I'm now talking to the expert. And we have heard from ASQA on a previous inquiry. Let's just say I'm speaking to the expert with you, all right? Okay, in training. Yeah, anyway, no one's going to push me on that one, so we'll leave it at that. So Mr. Van Baarle, could you describe what is involved in obtaining a general purpose hand qualification under the Domestic Commercial Vessel Act as compared to an integrated rating qualification under the Navigation Act?
Well, a lot of the actual courses are similar in terms of the programs that are undertaken. And for example, we have 40 programs that we are authorised under AMSA to provide as part of our higher education. Those 40 programs go to STCW standards, and they comprise any number of facets, including deck watch, time, emergency management, those sorts of issues. And then for someone who's seeking to gain a licence, as you indicated, for coastal, they will come to us and they won't undertake the range of courses that are there as part of our higher education, but they can selectively choose the programs they wish to undertake that are recognised and go towards attainment of their licence for coastal seafaring. So it's very similar in many regards in terms of the programs that are on offer. It's just the length or the number of programs that are undertaken that go to either meeting STCW higher ed qualifications or the coastal standards.
All right, so I'll put the pressure on you here. In your valued experience in this area, what would you prefer to see our seafarers having if there was only one system?
Well, you would obviously want to go for something where they were qualified to go wherever they wanted to go. So STCW, IMO standards.
Absolutely. So, and we know, and you mentioned earlier, the 200 nautical miles being the Commonwealth's border, so to speak. So with a GPH, on what size vessel and how far out does that training cover or that qualification cover? Is there a fee?
I think it's the size of the vessel. It's 500 or 5,000.
5,000. Now, there's only a zero difference. I'll let you.
Yeah, there's only a zero difference, but I would have to seek the guidance of one of my staff to answer that question properly. But it is in the order of, it's restricted in terms of the size of the vessel and obviously the distance off. It's 200 nautical miles, and I'm pretty sure it's 500 tonne for coastal.
Okay, so that's the GPH, can go out 200 nautical miles. All right, so Mr. Van Baarle, can you give us some examples for master's qualifications? And I'm hot to trot on this because I know by killing off the Australian domestic shipping trade, let alone our blue fleet, the blue water fleet, where are these experts going to come from? Because these are so highly qualified professionals. So could you describe what is involved with becoming an unlimited ocean-going master?
Well, obviously, all of the courses that I've sort of alluded to previously in terms of the programs that AMSA sets, and it also requires a considerable experience in sea time. And at present, AMSA sets 18 months of sea experience to gain a master's certificate. That's more than the IMO minimum standard, which is 12 months. As part of the introduction simulation, we're looking to help reduce that from 18 months down to 15 months of actual sea experience, with 3 months being taken up by time in a simulator. But it is a lengthy process, and it's not something that you generate overnight.
Yes, that's right. I mean, we train our pilots on simulators. So your views on simulators for our masters?
I would support it. I come from a background of 38 years in Navy, and I'm very familiar with the way simulation has been used within Navy to enhance its training and its training curriculum, particularly in the seafarer area. And I see benefit there because it affords you the opportunity to provide a very intensive training session in a short period of time that tests an individual's skill sets and knowledge of their systems, which might otherwise only occur over a month at sea in a normal sort of deployment.
Yes. Okay. Now, what is a 24M certificate? What's that?
A 24M certificate. 24 masters. So it's
masters.
Yeah, masters. So it's you have either it goes to the master certificates are related to the size of the vessel. So it's masters over 25 or under 25 or over 35 and the like. So depending on which vessel class you are looking to be the master of, you'll gain a certain qualification. And of course that goes to skill sets that are required to operate the vessel, understanding that you're driving a much bigger truck.
So a 24?
A 24 metre is just the size of the vessel.
All right, so that allows you to skip a vessel up to 25 metres? That's correct?
Yes, that's right, yes.
Okay, all right.
It's normally over or under, but yes.
Oh, yep, righto. So how far offshore can you operate with that licence and how many passengers can you carry?
Again, Senator, I would have to look up that detail. I couldn't give you an accurate answer.
That's all right. Well, we'll get you to take that on notice and we'll give you 2 weeks. Up to 2 weeks from close of business on the 23rd of September, Mr. Van Barn. If you could come back to us with that information, we would be appreciative.
Certainly.
And while we're at it, and I'm happy for you if you have to take it on notice, to tell us what level of responsibility can you have on larger vessels?
I think it's probably best, Senator, if I provide you with a full statement that covers all of these issues so that there's no error.
All right, that's great. I will run past verbally just to give you the opportunity because then there's less homework you have to do, if that makes sense. If you can't, we'll take it on notice. So can you tell us what training is required in stability off the top of your head?
Well, there is stability programs within the STCW requirements. If you want the level of detail around the curriculum, then I would have to provide that in writing.
All right, we'll give you the opportunity to do it all on notice because I also want to know on handling of dangerous goods and managing of crowds in an emergency for that class.
Yep, certainly.
Thank you. So,
Senator, that's for 25 metres or
25?
All of them? Okay.
Oh, look, 25. Last one, 25. Let's go on 25.
Okay.
Thank you. If it's a flick of a button, you can provide it all to us. That's fine. But I don't want to inundate you with any more work than what you need to. Now, in addition to the major STCW aligned qualifications you offer, I understand the AMC also offers STCW aligned short courses or endorsements on things like fast rescue craft, crowd management, firefighting and tanker training. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, then can you describe the importance of these courses, please?
The fast craft training, it's specific training for obviously vessels that proceed at speeds that are not normally of the type that you would encounter. So you're talking about 40 knots or so plus, and they require obviously particular skill sets and experience and understanding of how a vessel will operate at those sorts of speeds and how far ahead you need to be thinking in order to take requisite actions.
Thank you, Dave. Crowd management.
Crowd management. Can I go to the fire one next?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So the fire one goes to fire at sea is the seafarer's worst enemy, because there's nowhere to go. So, you need to have a thorough understanding of how you're going to deal with those sorts of emergency circumstances. And here at AMC, we have a fire ground where we put our trainees through actual firefighting drills, and we do that both locally as the fire team and then all the way up through to the command structure, so that the whole team can be exercised in their duties and responsibilities in fighting the fire. We also do floods as well, so you can control flooding that may occur on board the ship, and all emergency drills. And therefore that then goes to your crowd control. Depending on the type of vessel that you're on, you may have a number of passengers embarked, and therefore you need to understand processes and procedures that are there to control those people. Muster points, training that's initiated, how you interact and engage with them, assurance that you give to them around a given situation and the like. So it's training your crew to interact with those people to deal with the situation that may be at hand.
Right, thank you. And tanker training?
Tanker training would go to the nuances of dealing with, high fluid volumes and the dangerous cargoes that tankers deal with.
Right, okie dokie. So can you tell us what Australian vessels are required to have crews trained in these areas?
Well, we get TT Lines, for example, which does the Tasmanian route. We have their crews coming through regularly to undertake training in firefighting, damage control, crowd control, and the like. So under the operating requirements, the Australian crews need to be trained in those areas, and they need to maintain a currency.
So
I can provide you with further details on that in a written response if you decide.
Mr. Van Bellen, I would be interested, because it is which Australian vessels, and I know that there'll be a list as long as your arm and my arm, I would assume. Yeah. You can come back to us on that, that'd be great. Now, I've got a few more and I'll try and get through them, but many bunker barges are effectively small tankers. If an Australian flag bunker barge is registered as a domestic commercial vessel, is the crew required to have a tanker endorsement under the Domestic Charter Vessel Act and Marine Orders?
Well, again, Senator, so I don't mislead you, I'll take that one on notice.
Yep, okay, that would be good, because I do know that the Larkham, which is a bunker barge, is a domestic commercial vessel, and it's in Gladstone. So I do know that, but if you want to come back to us, that's great. Now, what roles in ports and in the wider Australian maritime industry require STCW qualifications and experience?
Well, you would go, you would start with the port operator, the pilots that are associated with them, or the port manager, but an extensive list in terms of tug operators, line handlers, and the like. I can again make sure that we've got a comprehensive listing for you.
Look, that would be great. And while I'm at it, I'd probably ask you, and you may want to take this one on notice too, do we have an adequate supply of these people able to run our ports into the future? And if you want to think about that, or if you want to tell us.
So the issue there, Senator, is as you're aware, we have an ageing workforce, and I'm sure you've probably looked at the mile survey of, I think it was last year, which looked at our seafarer population and its average age, and a good percentage of it was over, I think 46 years was the cut-off mark that they used. And so what that means is that that there is, obviously block obsolescence built into our workforce in terms of a large percentage of it looking to retire over a short period of time. And given the lack in demand that there is within the industry, because people, are staying in their positions, you're not getting the throughput that you necessarily need to ensure that there's continuity there as we move forward. So there would clearly be benefit in having a greater demand and therefore opening the avenues for consistency in terms of skill sets in those positions into the future.
And look, this is a major concern. I know it's a major concern from my old industry too. We're terrible at it, unfortunately. And by the time we talk about what's wrong with the industry, we frighten the living daylights out the next generation. But I'm saying that's road transport, it's not shipping. But I do also note that what the Canadians have done with the SIU and Jim Gibbon, and they have put a concerted effort into raising the magnificent employment opportunities that can be found in shipping and in stevedoring, and they run around the nation at the cost of their own members to hold community functions and talk to schools and all that sort of stuff. And we should be proud of our seafaring history and absolutely, and it's an industry that you can make a good living out of. So,
absolutely, Sarah. I mean, we spend most of our time promoting the industry and trying to get young kids in high school engaged at an early age, so that they see a future prospects for them in the maritime.
Yep, tremendous. Now, I'm mindful of the time. Can you tell us, Mr. Van Bellen, what are the processes in place to allow seafarers who have been trained in one stream of qualifications to move to the other stream?
Well, it would be a matter of coming across. Obviously, there's a deal of recognition of prior learning, but then it's coming across to undertake the necessary programs to gain those that new qualification. And we have a process in place to enable that to occur. And given that we run both programs in parallel, so it is not that difficult to switch from one to the other.
Is there any regulation in process there, or you've just done it yourself at the AMC?
I'm sure there's a regulation around it, and I can provide that to you.
All right, Mr. Van Bellen, when I've finished, and Senator McDonald, if you don't have anything, I'll talk slowly in case you want the mute and jump on board, but if not, thank you very much, Mr. Van Bellen. I do wish you all the best, and I certainly do hope that you are able to attract hordes of young men and women to this magnificent industry.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Van Bellen. Now, what I might do just very quickly, before I move to Mr. Dale Emerton, I might just say, let's have a 3-minute comfort break if we can. We'll just suspend quickly, and we won't be a minute, and I can fill up my water bottle. Is that all right there, Jerry?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thanks, mate. Okay, thank you. Won't be a minute. Thank you for your patience. Now, I do want to call Mr. Emerton from formerly from Sea Road Shipping, I believe, via teleconference. But Mr. Emerton, if you could introduce yourself and tell us in which capacity you appear today, please.
Certainly. I responded to an invitation to appear, probably because of my background in the development and the implementation of the current regulations around Australian domestic shipping. By way of background, until the 3rd of July this year when I retired, I've been employed in the Australian domestic shipping industry for almost 35 years. Had I not retired, it's 35 years ago today, oddly enough, that I joined the industry.
Thank you, Mr. Emerton. Well, I've just worked out you've forgotten more than I know about it, so I'm very keen to hear from you. So look, let's go and give you the opportunity to make a brief opening statement, and then we've got a few questions for you.
Thank you very much. I'm more than happy to answer questions, of course. Just sticking to the script and the headings that came with the invitation. With regard to policy, I firmly believe there is a place in Australia for cabotage. I believe Australian domestic tasks should be undertaken by Australians wherever possible. There's another matter that I'll probably need to answer at greater length, is that one of the positives or one of the necessities of having an Australian domestic shipping industry is there are a number of areas where, non-seagoing areas, where people are employed that have to have a seagoing qualification. Some examples of that are marine pilots. I mean, every port company in Australia has a pilot or a number of pilots, all of whom need a marine qualification, and that ostensibly can't be provided by their existing employer. Classification society surveyors are generally come with maritime qualifications, again, can't be passed up to them by their employer. Regulatory surveyors, and by regulatory I mean Australian Maritime Safety Authority surveyors, are predominantly of a marine background, either an engineer or a deck officer. And there's a number of education providers around the country, including the Maritime College in Launceston, part of UTAS, that has a number of seagoing qualified educators. Then if I move to regulatory, I've experienced no adverse experiences whatsoever when dealing with the department with regard to the regulation of the industry. On taxation, I think the key reason why we didn't see a mass influx of Australian ships after the Labor government passed the current act is because the fiscal concessions that were granted did not include franking credits. If you take the company I was employed by most recently, Sea Road, we opted for the zero company tax, but that is simply a deferral of tax, not a reduction in tax, because at any stage that a shareholder wishes to take a dividend, it'll be taxed. And with regard to those fiscal aspects as well, the training regime that's applied to the fiscal concessions is too rigid and it's not needs-based. It's one trainee per department per vessel, so that's 3 trainees. And ostensibly we're training people that there are no jobs for, and we're not training enough in the other areas, particularly the ones I mentioned earlier about the seagoing qualifications for non-seagoing positions. With regards to the administration, I've had no problems again and was more than happy to support the simplification measures that were taken recently. And with regard to funding, I'm sure others will have pointed to the need for a strategic fleet and the implications of not having a strategic fleet. So you probably don't need to hear from me on that one. So that's my short dissertation. I'm happy now to take any questions, provide any clarification.
Good, thanks, Mr. Emerson. And I know that you're previously or past you were employed by Sea Road Shipping, and I understand that some of my questions may go to Sea Road. You're not an employer anymore, and I understand that if you can't answer, I respect that. Okay, but you did talk about Sea Road utilising the tax incentives or the taxation incentives, and I understand that. But just so you do know, I was able to cross the Tasman just prior to COVID coming in on one of the toll ships. And I've got to tell you, I was all excited to head to sea because I've never done that. And by the time I got on the ship and done all my safety inductions, and then we sailed out of the port of Melbourne at 5 o'clock, I thought, you ripper, I'm going to get out there for the first time in my life and witness life on the open ocean. The trouble is, by the time we got out the heads, it was dark. And then I got to Burnie and the sun was up and I missed a whole lot. So I can't be cheeky enough to ask for my qualifications because I didn't even see anything. So on that, and I know the importance of the Bass Strait, system, because there is no highway, so there is no alternative. There's no road. There's no rail. So you're able to tell us if the incentives that Sea Road accessed, could you tell us how important they were to the commercial viability of Sea Road's Bass Strait shipping operations?
I'd suggest they were very important given the regime that Sea Road had undertaken, and that was to put as much funding into the business as they possibly could to replace tonnage, etc. So it enabled those things to happen far more quickly than they would otherwise have occurred, because the increase in retained earnings is, less dependence on borrowing. So that certainly was an advantage. But having said that, it is a deferral. It's not the sort of thing that would encourage, as I'm sure the then Minister Albanese, I listened to him speak one day about envisaging being retired, sitting on his balcony watching all these ships going past that were Australian registered. I would suggest that since the regs came in, there has been no new tonnage come onto the Australian coast that wasn't replacement.
Yes.
Tonnage lost.
Sorry, and we did hear from Mile earlier on and Miss Lloyd, and there needs to be a lot more done. We understand that, to attract the investment to give the opportunity for Australians to invest in Australian ships and be competitive. We understand that too. So look, I would, Mr. Edmonton, seek your experience here in describing the maritime safety legislation the Sea Road Bass Strait vessels operate under. Could you share that with us?
Yes, we're a RAV, what's called a RAV, a Registered Australian Vessel. So we're required to comply with all of the International Maritime Organisation regulations that have been adopted by the Australian government. Things like the safety management system, the MARPOL legislation, basically all around the safety of lives at sea, the commitment to pollution prevention, and reduction of emissions, etc. We introduced one ship that is LNG fueled, which has gone a long way to reducing emissions, etc. So we're fully regulated and compliant with all Australian Maritime Safety Authority and Classification Society regulations.
Okay, and are crew qualifications in line with STCW conventions?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. What other international conventions do your vessels, or does the company's vessels comply with?
The ISM legislation, International Safety Management, MARPOL, which is the pollution prevention regulations. We are fully licensed the same way as an international trading vessel.
Right.
We comply with every regulation that an Australian LNG tanker that's carrying LNG to Japan would comply with.
And I think what excites me about the Bass Strait and the equalisation plan, I understand there's subsidies, I understand there's been some movement where you can, the companies compete on a exporting scale, and this is wonderful. But what really lifts me there is Australian-owned ships, Australian flagged, Australian crews, Australian conditions, and they're doing it, and they're doing a damn good job running across between Melbourne and Tasmania. So, Mr. Edmonton, I know this may sound a silly question, but for those listening, or those that may want to disagree with us, please tell us, why is this standard of safe operations important?
I think it's contingent on any employer to ensure that they're maintaining safe operation for their workforce to begin with, and as a ship operator, you have an obligation to be environmentally responsible.
Yes, and your clients. Yeah.
Yeah, and also a number of our customers have the same views. They insist on certain safety regimes being attained. Like one of Sea Road's more voluminous customers is Australia Post, and there's quite a few hoops to jump through there to ensure that we were complying with the target set by Australia Post for time lost by employees.
Oh, okay. All right. So now there has been a little bit of talk of this earlier, but we do know that another operator has begun operating a vessel between Tasmania and Victoria as a domestic commercial vessel. You're aware of that one?
I'm assuming you're talking of the John Doigan, and if you are, it's not a domestic commercial vessel. It is a RAV.
But I've been told very clearly that it's operating as a domestic commercial vessel. And if I'm wrong, I hope so. I do hope I'm wrong.
Because of the muttering that was going on about that vessel, I checked with the operator, and the person that is the general manager of Bass Island Line assured me it is a RAV.
Good. We will follow that up anyway. That's great. So look, I do want to
Can I just add one thing to that issue with John Doigan? I have an enormous amount of background with the King Island Shipping Service. We operated it between 1991 and 2017, and we've seen no evidence of that particular vessel, although it does do a triangular service between Tasmania, King Island, and mainland Australia. We have seen no evidence in it approaching anybody to carry cargo between mainland Tasmania and Victoria.
Okay. No, that's good enough for me, and I hope I'm really wrong. That's great, Mr. Emerton. Thank you so much. But I think we do need to touch on, Senator McDonald, if you've got some questions just while you're preparing. But I do want to talk about the cabotage, and I can't argue with you, Mr. Emerton. And are you aware of what happens in Canada?
No, I'm not aware of what happens in Canada, only in the lakes.
Yes, well, in Canada now that they have now got cabotage, and they have recognised as a nation that they need flexibility, they need to move goods offshore and bring it onshore, but they have now got cabotage where there is visas issued, absolute temporary visas, got all that. But if a ship is plying its trade on coast to coast on Canadian ports, it's all Canadian crews. And it's a magnificent thing because it was done in conjunction with obviously the SIU, but with the government, incoming government, and the industry, the agriculture industry. And you know what? They run on the lines, Mr. Emerton, that they all have Canadian values. And Canadian values are we should all be able to earn a living and go to work. And I just think to myself, with your vast experience over here, that's the first thing you mentioned. So just tell us briefly, before I go to Senator McDonald, how many Australian ships were there on the coast when you first entered the industry? Can you remember?
100 and something.
100 and something.
I can't remember exactly, but well in excess of 100. I mean, we had, I joined ANL in 1985, and we would have had 7 or 8 ships on the Australian coast then. Union Company had 2 or 3, but they were just domestic trading vessels. Not to forget the number of Australian flagged and crewed ships that were trading internationally.
Yeah,
that's what's disappeared. More so than the domestic trade. I mean, the domestic trade is contracted because road and rail networks have improved. We used to run from Victoria across to WA, carry heaps of cargo from east to west and bring Weet-Bix back, and that was it. We used to take beer up to Darwin, and we called, just very briefly, and I'm sorry if I'm going to get sidetracked here, but 1, 2, 3, 4 ports in Tasmania, Melbourne, Port Kembla, Sydney, Newcastle, Brisbane, Townsville, Mackay, Port Alma, and Darwin. We used to run right around the coast, Cairns as well. So those trades just contracted, and it's probably 1996 that we withdrew from shipping services out of New South Wales into Tasmania and decided to bring everything down by rail. It's become more and more important. The cost of operating ships is that you carry as many cargoes as you can. So the shorter the voyage, the better. Like we withdrew from Hobart because it takes 32 hours to get from Port Melbourne to Hobart by ship, and 15 hours to get to Devonport, and that gives you, a heap of time. Gives you nearly another 20 hours to get the cargo to Hobart. You get there quicker, use a heap less fuel, and Melbourne, Hobart, and back again twice as a week gone. Whereas in northern Tasmania, you can do 6 6 return trips in 6 days.
Yes, I suppose my frustration is I understand those arguments against the blue water fleet. I don't agree with them, but I understand them. But a lot of the domestic trade is still there. It's just being done by visitors and foreign workers. That's the problem.
It's not viable to do it because of the freight rates that you can charge aren't competitive with road or rail, and certainly the times aren't. I mean, it's a 5-day voyage from Melbourne to Fremantle. You can do that in 3 days easily by land transport. So it's shipping's become more of a viable proposition where there is no realistic competition to the sea.
And that's been highlighted, and Mile made that very clear in their submission, that it would need government support to do that. But at the same token, we've got to keep one eye on where are all our masters and deck officers and engineers coming if we just fold up our books, pack up the car and drive off. So, and I think myself, Mr. Edmonton, I understand the challenges of trade. I'm from the trucking industry. We're better than you guys. We've slit each other's throats openly. And in Australia, we pride ourselves in the road transport sector that those people who want to break every law get rewarded fantastically. And I'm being really cynical here. So anyway, we don't need to go much further. I think you worked out where I'm standing on all this. And I have a love of the road transport industry. I just don't like some of the...
No, that's why I was touching on the fact that I think that the training regime is too regulated because it's not integrated ratings or cooks that go off to work in non-marine positions. It's the engineers and the deck officers. They're where we need to enhance our training. If we could get to a situation where we trained on a needs basis, still happy with the 3 trainees per ship. I'm not trying to get away from that. That's what we agreed to. That's what we should be doing. But to train integrated ratings to be unemployed while we struggle to get enough engineers and deck officers through is it's strange. Well, that's about as polite as I can be.
Noted. Now, Senator Macdonald, did you have any questions of Mr. Edmonton?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Emerson, thank you for your presentation today. And I was just keen to follow on from Senator Still's line of questioning about the number of Australian flagged vessels when you commenced your career. And I didn't quite hear you. Did you comment on how many are left today?
No, I didn't, and I don't know what the exact number is. But if you took the offshore oil and gas industry out, it's not very many at all. Right.
It's been put to me that it would be as few as 12. When you include ferries and.
I was going to say less than 20 years.
Yeah. Okay. Where would those ships, primarily be placed or headquartered around Australia at the moment? Where's the centre of Australian operations?
There's 6 in Bass Strait, and then there's the odd gas tanker. So predominantly in at least half. There's only 12. At least half of those are in Bass Strait.
Oh goodness! So where I'm based in Townsville, I believe there's a few around here. Primarily, what sort of freight is left being transported around the Australian coastline by Australian flagged vessels?
Well, in Bass Strait, it's obviously everything because there's no other way of getting it there. But you've got Sea Swift operating some ships out of Cairns around the Indigenous settlements to the north. And you've got some operating out of Darwin, what used to be Perkins. It's now owned by Toll. And I don't think there's very many of those left Australian flagged, though.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is a real challenge, isn't it, how you recommence an activity that's been so lost to the industry. And I do share some of the Chair's concerns about capacity in the nation. Is there anything further you want to add to what you've already said this afternoon, around what the biggest priority would be for Australia and domestic shipping?
Well, I think the biggest priority is the disconnect between the expectation of investment in vessels and what are the fiscal arrangements that were put in place. You know, we call it a tonnage tax. It's where you provide a financial advantage to a sector of industry to invest in and make domestic investment. And we fell short there because the three options that were given to us, one was a zero income tax for seafarers, but that's only for seafarers that are leaving Australia. So that's one we had to throw out straight away. The second, excuse me, the second option was accelerated depreciation, and the third was zero income tax. Just excuse me while I grab a glass of water. Sorry about that. What I was saying earlier was that while we didn't include franking credits, our zero income tax is simply a deferral of tax. It's not a reduction.
Right.
I think they're the areas that's probably the biggest shortfall that I would see.
Yeah, okay. Oh, well, look, thank you. You've put quite a deal of thought into your comments today, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. Mr. Hamilton, thank you very much. Enjoy retirement. You certainly don't look old enough to retire, but half your luck. And if you've got the same issue as me, by crikey, those grandkids make you feel even older, don't they? But it's rewarding.
I agree with all of those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Now, let us call our next witnesses via teleconference, being Woodside. Are you there, Woodside? Aha. That looks like St George's Terrace. Am I right?
Yes. Yes. Good afternoon, Senator.
Afternoon from the sunny state of WA. Yeah, it was when I came in this morning. So,
how can you take it off us? Sorry,
well,
Senator. We're just resolving a couple of minor little technical issues at our end with the.
Someone's camera shy, are they?
Yeah, they are very camera shy.
Fair enough.
Just say we're expecting one of our colleagues. Yeah, and Senator, we are expecting another one of our colleagues to join us imminently.
I did hear that.
In the interest of time, we might just proceed and wait for him.
I think that is a great idea. Let's do the standing order stuff. So, firstly, I welcome our next witnesses, Woodside. And may I just ask you to please let us know who you are and what capacity you are all appearing today, whether you were in line of sight of the camera or not.
Okay, well, I'll start with myself. David Sproul is my name, and I'm the General Manager of Shipping for Woodside Energy Limited.
Tremendous.
My name is Craig Jennings. I'm the Opportunity Manager for LNG Fuels at Woodside.
I'm Paula Hickey. I'm here to support the team here, and I work in the corporate affairs area.
I know. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Sorry, just so we avoid having to make introductions to the third member of our team, Stuart Sisley will join us shortly, and he is our Manager for Marine.
All right, magnificent. Look, let's get going. Firstly, I'll now give you the opportunity to make a brief opening statement, and I'll just congratulate Woodside on locking away those Australian crewed vessels again. So thank you. Well done, Woodside. You are a rare shining light in the resources sector when it comes to shipping, because no one else is. Although Impex are all right. Sorry. Anyway, don't worry, mate. I like to have these rambles just so Rio Tinto and BHP are listening. Carry on, please.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Senator. We've obviously taken the time to make a written submission to the inquiry. The submission does go into, obviously, a little bit about Woodside, but also our vision, if you like, for the Burrup Hub. I won't elaborate on that because I do know, Senator, that you're well versed with our operations already. Having said that, though, I do note that Senator Armstrong is also on the line, so if there's anything that she wishes us to elaborate on, we're willing to do that at the appropriate point. Just a couple of very brief opening remarks. I think it's explicit from our submission that we do recognise the importance of maritime skills, and that goes both to our direct business, but
We've just lost you. Sorry. I don't know if you can hear me, Mr. Sproul, but you've dropped out. Right. Okay, that's those eastern staters. They bugged our West Australian lines. Jerry, can you hear Mr. Sproul?
No, he's dropped out completely. So I may want to suspend for a minute.
Okay, so I'll start again. Just to say that no doubt the committee's received our submission. The submission does go to some preliminary comments about Woodside as an organisation, as well as our vision for the Burrup Hub. I won't elaborate on those two matters unless the Senate wishes us to do so. Particularly, I'm aware that Senator Stirl is very well versed with our business, so I suspect that's not required. Just a couple of opening remarks before we move on to questions. I think it's clear from our submission that Woodside recognises the importance of maritime skills. This is both to our direct business, but also, and perhaps more importantly, to our maritime supply chain. So I think if I was to summarise our submission, it would simply be that we would be highly supportive of policy and fiscal measures that would go some way to both strengthening or perhaps even revitalising parts of the Australian shipping sector, given we recognise the importance that sector plays to our business. I think the other comment that I wish to make, we do spend a bit of time in the submission talking about the LNG market as well as the LNG shipping market. And just by way of quick summary, it's important to note that when the North West Shelf project started way back in the 80s, there were very few sources of LNG for export and indeed very few destinations to receive the LNG. So at the time, there were decisions taken in respect of shipping, which essentially meant that the project had to cause for ships to be built and for the project to own those ships in order to be able to transport the LNG to market. I guess suffice to say the LNG industry today is a lot more commoditised. There's been exponential growth in the area of supply source as well as destinations for LNG export. And that's had a few, important developments and what that means for shipping. One, with the increased commoditisation, some of the buyers of LNG have become very interested in shoring up strategic control over shipping. And that's led, to a lot of demand for LNG contracts to be supplied on a free on board basis. We say in our submission what free on board is, which essentially means it's the buyer of the LNG that's responsible for picking up and transporting the LNG to the export destination. The other thing that's actually led to is it's caused a space for the independent ship owners to step into. And at the time of the North West Shelf project, there would have been only 6 to 8, maybe a dozen LNG ships, all owned by projects. Whereas today what we see is an independent LNG shipping sector comprising of about 600 to 650 LNG ships. So importantly, what that means from a producer perspective, like Woodside, is that the tendency for projects has been to move well away from the ownership of ships and now more towards the chartering of LNG ships from what is a vibrant credentialed shipping market. Our submission also goes to a couple of other points. We make reference to the potential for an east to west trade of LNG, so sourced from the northwest of Western Australia and potentially around to import terminals in the east. That, of course, has led to us to make some comments on the current licensing regime that is in existence and some suggestions as to how that might be strengthened to facilitate that particular type of trade. Our submission also goes to potential areas of new markets and referring there to LNG as a marine fuel and some of the plans that Woodside has in that space. We're happy to take questions on any of those things. I might just quickly mention that by way of email a couple of days ago, we did mention that there were a couple of areas of our submission, notably cost differential, and I guess notably some aspects of the LNG bunkering project that are perhaps commercial in confidence. And our suggestion was that we conduct questions in camera on those aspects of our submission. So we note that and simply request that if the Senate wishes to take us down that path, that we do so in camera.
Thank you, Mr. Sproul. And look, we can dance around that. And if it gets a little bit too close to the wind, you just let us know. All right, that's fine. So what I can let you know is that I can see you. Can you see us yet?
Not yet.
I can see you. I can see Mr. Jennings to your right. No, Mr. Shipley to your. Mr. Jennings, we can't see you. Sorry, we can see Mr. Shipley to the left, to the right of you. So just letting you know your camera's focused that way. All right, let's go along this line. Now, here's a piece of useless information that I love telling Woodside people every time I meet them. That I was a brash young truck driver in the early 80s and I had a delivery to do at a place called Hearson's Cove, where there was a camp and there was a little donger there, and the delivery was to this company called Woodside. And I said, who the hell are Woodside? There you go, as I delivered your furniture. I know you are now. All right. Now, did you know Hearson's Cove?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah, there you go. I was telling someone the other day, it had a walk-in picture theatre there as well. Anyway, Mr. Sproul, thank you very much. Now, are you able to advise us, and as I say, we'll dance around if it gets too close, let us know, on the status, of the LNG bunkering proposal outlined in your submission? Will you able to let us know the status, how it's going?
Yes, so I'll answer that question, Senator. So Woodside continues to progress that project. We've completed work to design that LNG bunker vessel suitable for operation in the Pilbara, and we are working with potential customers to identify a sufficient customer base to make a decision to move forward with that project.
Well, that's good. And have you discussed it with the WA and Commonwealth governments? Are you at that stage yet?
Yes. So we've had ongoing discussions with both federal and state government.
All right. Could you let us know what actions are required by government to help bring the proposal to fruition?
So there are some measures that are already in place from governments to support this potential new business activity. So we do have a bunkering licence in place with the Pilbara Ports Authority that was awarded in April this year. And in May this year, the state government in Western Australia announced port fee incentives, which would provide an incentive for customers who elected to bunker LNG in Western Australia.
All right, and thanks for that, Mr. Jennings. Now, are you able to tell us the commercial prospects of being able to bring the proposal to fruition? Like, for example, the reaction of the iron and the other LNG shippers?
Sorry, your question was related to the iron ore shippers and whether they are...
Yeah, iron ore shippers and other LNG shippers, yeah.
So the three largest iron ore shippers being Rio Tinto, BHP and FMG have been participants since 2017 in the Green Corridor Joint Industry Project, as Woodside outlined in its submission to the inquiry. We continue discussions with all of those, and BHP made an announcement last Friday that they had awarded a charter contract for 5 LNG-fuelled iron ore carriers to carry iron ore from Western Australia.
So, sorry, that's 5 new ones?
5 new build carriers.
And, okay, do we know when they'll be built or when they'll be delivered and ready for work?
My understanding from BHP's press release is that they commence in 2022.
Good, okie dokie. Are there any others running on LNG at the moment out of the Burrup or out of Port Hedland?
No.
Okie dokie. Now, can you advise us where you're up to with the expression of interest for the process for a first LNG bunkering vessel, which is the one we're talking about, and what is the proposed flagging and crewing arrangement for the vessel? And that shouldn't come as a shock coming from me, but I'm keen to hear.
So we have completed the expression of interest process and identified our preferred owner for that vessel. The crewing of that vessel, I presume you're discussing the nationality. Our plan is that the crew would be in the long term Australian crew. So this would be an Australian crewed vessel.
Now, just to clear up, Mr. Jennings, I'm not trying to trip you up here. In the long term, do you mean there could be a different arrangement to start with?
The starting arrangements will depend on the ability to source Australian crew with the sufficient skills needed. So there is a certain skill set that is required. If it is possible to obtain those skills in the Australian skill pool, then it will be Australian crewed.
So tell me what will be the role of the seafarers on this job? What are they? Where are they going to be based? What's their shifts? How far do they travel? Give me an overview of it, please.
I can't provide all of those details to you now, Senator.
Is it a secret or you don't know?
No, so the plans for this are evolving.
Okay, but all right, I know, I respect that, but it's not going to be something that's going to be going offshore very far. Is that correct?
No, the vessel would trade in the Pilbara region is the intent.
Yes, and that's what I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm just trying to get a handle on it. So when we say clearly it would only be between Dampier and Port Hedland, in between, fueling while waiting at sea. Yeah.
Yes, the intent is that it would provide LNG bunkers across the major ports in the Pilbara.
Of course, yeah, and while they're waiting offshore, that can do its business. So it won't be required to be. It's not part of the blue water fleet like your buggies.
No,
that's right. So what I'm leading to, I'm just trying to work my way here, in terms of the skill set required, and understand you need a very skilled set there, but I'm told quite categorically that there are many Australian seafarers who are out of work. And I understand it's, you still got to get out there and recruit them. So have you started the recruitment process internally within Australia's borders?
No.
Okay.
So we have not made a decision to proceed with this project yet.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So my fingers are crossed that hopefully you will continue your fine work as you've done with your gas buggies, and it'll be an Australian crew. You're certainly not saying it won't be, but you haven't started that process yet to seek what skills are required and what's on our shores. Is that right? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Correct.
Great.
No, that's correct.
All right, that's fine. When do we think we'll be at that stage where you're ready to go to market to look for crews?
That will be subject to a decision of Woodside based on a suitable business case, which requires sufficient understanding there will be sufficient custom for the vessel.
Okie dokie. So your submission indicated the importance of the seafarer tax offset, one of 4 shipping tax incentives that was introduced by the Labor government in 2012. Could you advise the committee of the value of that offset for the 4 LNG carriers of yours that it applies to?
I can take that question, Senator, but it's important to note that the ships are owned by each of the joint venture participants in an equal share. The ships are actually under the commercial control of North West Shelf Shipping Services Company and manned by Shell Trident. They are the crewing agent. So I'm not prepared to give you an explicit breakdown today of the value, but we can certainly revert with some information that will assist you.
Yep, okay, that's fine. That's no worries. Now, does Woodside have a view on whether any of the other tax incentives, particularly the shipping exempt income tax incentive, requires reform to ensure it matches the incentives offered by nations like Singapore?
Yeah, I think, Senator, we indicate in our submission that we would be very supportive of reforms that would go to exactly what you indicate, and probably for 3 very good reasons. One, making a career at sea attractive to young Australians. I think that would be an important incentive in that regard. I think, secondly, if that reform were to pass, then it would go some way to making the cost differential between Australian ships and international ships that much smaller. But thirdly, and I think this has been touched upon in other submissions, but it actually might clear the way for Australians to participate more so in international ships on international trade patterns. So we're very supportive of that because we think holistically that sort of reform would assist in the development of maritime skills long term for this nation.
Yes, which is very, very good to hear, because that's one of my major bugs at the moment, as you probably know anyway. Now, I just want to ask, before I go to Senator Macdonald, I've got to ask you, Mr. Sisley, I am absolutely looking forward to your answer here. What does a Marine Excellence Manager do?
It's really, Senator, a rebranding of the Marine Manager. Our logistics function, which is where the Marine Department, which is separate in Woodside from the Shipping Department. The Marine Department has really been slightly rebranded under the logistics head function. So for all intensive purposes, I guess I'm the Marine Manager, just with a fancier name today.
Very good, thank you very much. Now, just tell me, just so those that are listening, please, this is your opportunity to brag. How many Aussies do you employ all up as a company? Roughly.
Well, I would say our total workforce numbers today are around about 4,200. And the majority of those are Australian and domiciled here, given that is where the predominance of our operations lie.
Very good, magnificent. And how many of them are in the seafaring role on the gas buggies?
Woodside doesn't employ those persons directly, but there is approximately 230 persons currently engaged by Shell Trident across the 4 Australian manned LNG carriers. I think in our submission, Senator, we touch upon within the 4,200 Woodside employees, around about 180 carry marine accreditation which enables them to carry out their core functions for Woodside.
Good. So you can do it and others can do it. That's fantastic. Now, what I'll do, Senator Macdonald, I've got some more questions, but I'll give you an opportunity.
Thanks very much, Chair. Look, I've been fascinated listening to the presentation from Woodside. It is something that I've not been well exposed to, and I don't actually have any specific questions because I'm learning as I go. So if you just allow me to continue listening and follow your line of questioning.
Thank you, Chair. And just so everyone knows that Senator Macdonald, we don't argue when it comes to cattle and all things Queensland, because she's a full bottle and I can't bluff her on that. So, look, I want to come back to COVID. It's played merry hell. Tell me how it's affected Woodside and tell me what you've done to work your way through this. I think it's important to hear because you certainly have had challenges as an industry with border closures and all sorts, and a lot of your staff are. I know you do have a massive number of homes up there in the Pilbara, but I don't know if they're all full. But tell us about the challenges COVID has presented for your FIFO's operations.
Okay, we might, Senator, there's probably two parts to this response. The first part of the response I can address in respect of the LNG shipping operations, and then probably myself and Stuart. Also, Stuart can talk about the impacts on the maritime supply chain. So we might start with LNG shipping. I think the first thing to do would be to point out, I guess, some of the risks that COVID posed to our LNG shipping interests. Clearly, having a ship arrive with a seafarer potentially infected by COVID or at least displaying COVID-like symptoms was one of the first risks that the business turned its mind to. I think it's probably important to note that the shipping industry as a whole has quite extensive and long-standing provisions around managing biosecurity, and that is in conjunction with existing government departments. And I refer, of course, to the Certificate of Free Pratique. But in terms of what Woodside did, it enacted, I guess, measures designed to really understand what ships coming to our loading destinations, what the status of the crew was on board the ships. So we implemented measures such as conducting twice daily temperature checks. We worked very, very collaboratively with ship owners to ensure that if ships' crew were joining, that as best as possible, they'd undertaken periods of quarantine or isolation. And in addition to that, prior to joining, had actually undertaken appropriate medical tests to test for the presence of COVID-19. We refer, of course, to the PCR test. So I think measures went to ensure that crew were safe and well before, I guess, coming alongside and berthing. And then on the operational side, what we and a lot of terminal owners did globally was really take steps to minimise the interface between what we call the ship and the shore. So a lot of the activities that would generally go along with a ship berthing, which weren't critical activities, could be deferred, were in fact deferred. So only those personnel that were absolutely essential to join the ship did so. And a good example of that is our marine pilots. You can't do without them. So they had to berth the ship. And when they did, we had additional measures in place around the use of PPE, sanitisation, and also minimising interface with shipboard crew as well. So that's what we as operator did. I think it's also important to note, and I'm sure the Senator is aware, that what a lot of ship owners did was respond by essentially making sure that crew on board the vessel stayed on for as long as reasonably practicable, because essentially the ships were free of the virus. So that was a fairly common response and an effective response in terms of ensuring that the ships were free and clean of the virus. No doubt others have informed the committee that did lead to some complications down the path in terms of crew being on board the vessel for extended periods of time. In respect of that, we did work very closely with ship owners to make sure that they were extending support services both to crew on board the ship but also to families on shore. And of course, we have worked very, very hard with those shipping companies to effect crew changes. So pleased to report that the ships that Woodside has on charter have all managed to successfully conduct crew changes in the last several months, and we've been able to repatriate seafarers back to their home destination. That wasn't without some significant difficulty. As you can appreciate, a lot of the seafaring nations refer to Philippines and India in particular were quite badly affected by COVID. So there were some real complications in actually being able to get crew off ships and actually back to their home countries. So that was some of the other complications that I guess led the ship owners to the strategies that they initially adopted, which was keep them there for as long as possible before trying to get them off. So I think the LNG sector, if I can just make a general comment, has been pretty successful in its approach. Certainly in terms of ships arriving at our terminals, we're not aware of any incidents of a positive COVID result. There has been an incident in the LNG sector, but not affecting our projects. And I think by and large, the sector has responded extremely well to the threat and the ongoing threat of COVID-19. I might stop there unless there's questions about LNG shipping in particular, and maybe hand over to Stuart to talk about what impacts have been felt, I guess, through the border closures.
Yeah, sure. And thanks for the question, Senator. And I guess I'll just reiterate, from a Woodside perspective, Senator, our first priority was and continues to be the safety and well-being of our maritime crews, whether they be Woodside employed staff or our contracted crews, and also the well-being and safety of our communities up in Dampier and Port Hedland sort of region. I think that was of the utmost importance for us to ensure that our workforce remained safe and the communities that we worked in were safe. Our second priority, which I'm pleased to say we've been able to maintain, has been the sort of business resilience or the service resilience of the maritime services that Woodside provide for our Dampier-based assets. If I talk really at a high level on the four sort of workforce teams that I look after, some of them involve Woodside employed personnel and some of them are a contracted workforce. For the Woodside employed personnel, that is really relating to our pilots, 21 pilots that are essentially on a FIFO roster operating out of the Dampier port, and our FPSO offshore crews, our masters, engineers and mates on the two FPSOs that we operate. So that's the two Woodside employed staff members, workforces. The other two are our towage operators. So we operate 6 tugs, 3 crew members per tug, and our contracted supply vessels, so PSVs, anchor handlers and offtake support vessels. Essentially during the COVID phase, we've had 9 of them support supply vessels operating, 3 supporting production and 6 supporting our drilling campaigns. And it's clear to say that the management of those personnel has been challenging, particularly for some of our vessel contractors, where Woodside has provided substantial financial support, substantial accommodation and flight travel support to enable that business resilience to maintain. I guess the demographics of the Australian seafarers workforce are such that for some of our contractors, up to 70% of their workforce are East Coast based. So it's been tremendously difficult in the planning phases to ensure that we've got sufficient people coming through the isolation protocols to ensure that crew changes take place and that we're maintaining the sort of health and well-being of the workforce and being able to provide our marine services.
All right, Mr. Sisley, thank you, but I've got to ask this question. So you have 4 ships of your own with your Australian crew on, that's right? Or shall? Just help me out here. How many ships does the joint venture have?
Yeah, so the joint venture, Senator, currently has 6 LNG carriers that are participating in the blue water trade, which is essentially LNG between the Northwest Shelf Project and Japan.
Yeah.
4 of those ships are owned by the Northwest Shelf Project, and 2 of those ships are chartered ships, and they're chartered by the Northwest Shelf Project. So in terms of the Australian ships, there are 4, and Woodside owns a 1/6 share in those ships. So there's equal ownership across the participating joint ventures.
Yeah, and I get that because so I understand that, and we know that the Aussie crude ones are kosher, and there's no problem there. With the other two that are chartered, who owns the other two? Because these are, for those listening, these are not just any ship that come in specialised vessels. So they're not growing in at the trees. Who owns the other two?
Sorry, Senator, I couldn't actually hear the question. There was a bit of interference on the line. Sorry.
No worries. So you've got 6, of which 4 are owned by and operated by the joint venture.
Yes.
And there's another 2 that are chartered. Who owns the other 2?
Okay. So I don't want to. I don't want to give an incorrect answer here. So what I will do is I'll go and make inquiries of the North West Shelf project as to the ownership of the ships and come back to you on that, Senator.
That's good. Sorry, that's good. And also because my questions will be around, while you're doing the right thing on your ships, what control do you have over the conditions, the crewing and how they get on and off, and what they're being paid on the other ships? So I would assume crewed by foreign seafarers.
Okay. Well, what I can do there is respond on the basis of what Woodside does as a charterer of ships, and we do time charter 5 ships currently. Now, when we do time charter, it's done under what's called a time charter party contract. The time charter party contract contains various obligations on the owner of the ship to comply with all international standards, for example, safety of life at sea, MARPOL, which is around marine pollution, but also to comply with any minimum terms and conditions that are set by reference to the IMO and its various apparatchiks. So there's a contractual requirement on the owner of the ship. I might also say that in relation to the LNG shipping sector, it's probably worth noting this, that when a ship owner invests in an LNG ship, it represents a capital outlay of close to $180 to $200 million US for a modern LNG ship. What our experiences are in terms of chartering, especially with the owners that we charter with, is that they go to great lengths to protect that investment. They go to great lengths to ensure that the crew that come on board those ships are competent and well trained. And in fact, what we find is that they invest considerable time, effort and resources into generating, careers at sea for the personnel in their home countries. And they do that simply because we as charterer expect a world-class operation, and we have a contractual right to receive that. And they do that because they're protecting what is a considerable capital investment. So there's a happy medium at the moment in terms of the LNG shipping sector, at least in so much as Woodside's experiences are concerned.
Thanks, Mr. Spall. I'd ask to take on notice and come back with the names of those ships for us too, please. And I took as a passing comment, it would be remiss of me not to even throw this out. But if I could also ask if there is an ITF clause in their charter, I'd ask you to take that on notice as well. And if their flags are convenient, that they will have an ITF agreement. So I'd be keen to get that information. And here's my trucking one. You ready? There's always a trucking angle here. And I appreciate when you throw in the big outlay of these special ships. You see, in the trucking industry, you can go the opposite, because you see some of the biggest grubs in the transport industry. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about grubs in the transport industry. You've got the best fleets. There you go. Just thought I'd throw that out. Anyway, you have to forgive my cynicism. All right, so on that then, if there is no questions from Senator Macdonald now, if anything else hasn't popped up, I will, one eye on the clock. Thank you for your time. We look forward to answers coming back to questions that you have taken on notice, and what Senator Macdonald and myself have come up with, that we always put 14 days time period to give you time to get back to us. So by close of business at the latest, September the 23rd, to Woodside, if you can could get that information back to us, it would be greatly appreciated. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we know where to find you should we need to follow up. Thank you. Now, let's call our next witness, our last but not least, the Northern Territory Coroner. And I know you're there, Mr. Curry. Hello.
I am. Hello.
Hello. Now, what I'll do is I'll give you the opportunity to introduce yourself and tell us the capacity in which you appear today.
Okay, so my name's Kelvin Curry. I'm the Deputy Coroner for the Northern Territory. And in the three matters which you have an interest in, I was the counsel assisting the Northern Territory Coroner. Those matters I understand to be a matter of Ryan Donoghue, who died on the back of a prawn trawler in 2013. Daniel Bradshaw, who fell between a boat and the wharf in 2017. And then Harry Evans, who died on a prawn trawler from a snake bite in 2018.
That's correct. Thank you very much, Mr. Kavanagh. We do want to go questions around the unfortunate death of these three men. But I'm going to give you the opportunity, Mr. Kavanagh, to make an opening statement, and then we'll go to questions.
Okay. So I'll just go through some of them. Just to correct you, I'm not Mr. Kavanagh, I'm Mr. Curry.
Oh, look, I'm so sorry. I do know that, and I did say that earlier. Sorry, Mr. Curry.
That's okay. So the first matter of Ryan Donoghue, he was effectively a young fellow from England, and he's 20 years of age, and he got a gig on a prawn trawler, and it was his first time out. On the way back, after about 3 months at sea, he was trying to cut the shackles that connected the nets to the otter boards, and a wave came over and he was electrocuted. Now, when he was electrocuted, his heart went into ventricular fibrillation, which effectively means that rather than pumping blood, it's just having a bit of a quiver. And to get it back right, he really required a defibrillator. There was no defibrillator on board, and help was hours away, so he died. The crew worked on him for quite some time, contacted all the various authorities, and sadly it was of no use. Now, the investigation effectively found that first and foremost, perhaps in terms of physical, the general purpose outlet that the angle grinder was plugged into was not protected by a residual current device. Now, they've been required for many, many decades, on boats and on land, actually. The next part of it was that despite a coroner's recommendations in West Australia in the year 2000, electric tools using 240 volt power were still on these vessels. And the coroner in the previous case went through a great deal of pain to suggest that if it was important to use it, it should be done under very strict conditions, supervision and PPE. But suggested that all electric tools should be operated by battery. The safety management system was deficient, did not appropriately categorise the risk or provide an appropriate system for the use of tools. The induction training did not include the use of the power tools. There was no enforcement of wearing of appropriate protective personal equipment. For instance, in this case, Ryan was in shorts and singlet, bare feet. And there was no supervision of him when he was doing these tasks. The only person with him was someone that had come on the boat after he had, so halfway through the voyage. So effectively, the coronial systems analysis went into why it was that these things were allowed still in this day and age. And from a lot of these submissions, and even from the regulators, it appeared that they believed that vessels were not workplaces as defined by the Work Health and Safety legislation, which is clearly incorrect, and was against the import and wording of the acts. And effectively none of them were aware of the earlier coronial findings in West Australia. So with that on board, the coroner made a couple of recommendations. First recommendation was that the regulatory authorities revisit the earlier coronial recommendations with a view to communicating to the industry the requirements of the law and their duties as employers, along with their obligations to ensure that RCDs protected all general purpose outlets. And the second one was that the regulatory authorities conduct inspections of domestic commercial vehicles to ensure legal compliance. And that one, we received quite a bit of good feedback actually from operators of vessels and the fishing industry generally. The next one was Daniel Bradshaw. Now, Daniel was 38 years of age. He had all his tickets. He could captain vessels, but he was working on a barge servicing top-end communities. And the barge goes from West Australia right across the top end and drops supplies off to these communities. It came back to Darwin and docked where the barges, at the premises where they were owned. They had a dock system set up there. It had a high tidal activity, and so sometimes they were sitting flat on the bed of the area, and sometimes they were in water. At that facility, they did not have a gangway set up. In fact, the evidence before the coroner was that there was no compliant gangway on that premises. So what they did when they got off, it was the tide was up a little bit when they got off, and so they were able to step off a fence on the barge onto the top of the dock using a ladder to steady themselves on. However, of course, the tide went down there, and what they did then was they went from the bridge, jumped across onto a tyre that was against the wall, and then climbed up the chains that held the tyre until they got to the top of the dock. Now, one of their number, he had been out to sea for a while, so he went into town, got a bit of alcohol, and set himself up in an area that was set aside for drinking on the docks. It was prohibited to drink on the boats, but they had set aside an area on the dock. And he had a bit of a long night of it. He spoke to a number of his friends over the course of the evening. His last communication was at about 6 a.m. and shortly thereafter it appears that he tried to climb up from the vessel onto the top of the dock, got across the tyre, looks like was going up, then fell back, hit his head on the edge of the bridge, which was quite a sharp tread protruding, landed on the gunnels, and then dropped into 6 inches of water and drowned. And effectively the inquest was what happened, but then why there was this problem with gangways, and why that was tolerated or allowed to go on, and why the regulators hadn't really done anything about that. And it appeared that, well, the evidence before the coroner was that they were getting to it, but there were other more important safety matters, and the coroner commented the vast difference between the levels of safety existing for those that work on domestic commercial vessels and those that work on land, as well as the differing expectations of the regulators that appear to accept those deficiencies. He said, I was told that change in the industry will be generational. However, if that means that this generation of workers are exposed to risks that legally should not exist, it is not good enough. Both operators of those two actually took fairly significant steps. After the inquest, both the regulators took criminal action. I think the first one was settled with unenforceable undertakings and quite a considerable sum, and the second, I think, went through to a conviction and fine. The last matter was Harry Evans, another young fellow, 23 years of age, also from England, came out here to work as a deckhand on the prawn trawlers. And he was helping lower the nets into the tray. His captain was working the winch, and he was draw his hand quickly away from the nets, and then said, "I've been bitten." And the captain came down, picked a sea snake out of the net, threw it overboard, asked him to go up. Now, the situation with sea snakes and the fishing industry appears to have been one where it's sort of gone into complacency. No one in Australian waters has died of a sea snake bite since 1935. The reasons for that appear that despite them bringing a lot of sea snakes up in the nets, we heard stories of up to 100 on a shift. So they come up, but if they do bite, generally the bites are dry bites. They don't put venom in their fangs before they bite, often unless they're in real distress. So there's been a lot of dry bites. The ones that haven't been dry bites, the people have been reasonably close to medical facilities, so they've been able to get there. You have a couple of hours, evidently, before this venom takes significant effect on your body. In the case of Harry, the neurotoxin from the venom effectively started with his eyelids, and he couldn't move those, and his eyeballs, and his cheeks started to droop, and then his lungs, the muscles that worked his lungs at his rib cage and his diaphragm stopped working, and wasn't breathing, became unresponsive. Now, that vessel didn't have much medical equipment, didn't have a defibrillator, EpiPens. In fact, the fleet boats from the first matter mentioned, they supplied the defibrillator and EpiPens. They'd done well since the inquest into the death of the chap on their vessel. But they were of no use in any event, because what was required was intubation. His lungs actually had to be mechanically ventilated if he was to survive. He couldn't breathe by himself. Compressions would have kept him for at most 30 minutes. A doctor estimated, well, that was his best guesstimate. He said that very short term, thereafter he needed ventilation, and no one's going to be carrying around intubation type medical equipment on boats unless they've got medical personnel, I assume. So he was a long way. He was in the Gulf of Carpentaria. He died effectively 2 hours after he was bitten. He was bitten about 8:30 in the morning, died at about 10:30. Medical help got there at 2:30 in the afternoon. So there was no likelihood he was going to be saved, and the forensic pathologist said for fishing, if people are going to be in remote areas, the only way that, to survive is not to get bitten, really. Once you're bitten, if the venom goes in, you're going to be in trouble. That was a bit of a wake-up call for the industry, because they hadn't had anyone in serious situation. In fact, a lot of myths had grown up that these have the teeth right at the back of their throat and can't bite a human, and those sorts of things. All false. Things can open their mouth at 180 degrees and stab you in the thigh. So all these things were very good to learn for the industry. The concern for the coroner was that the regulator had investigated and actually found a lot of problems with the SMS, shortfalls in the safety system. Those included a lack of induction and training as to dangers, limited requirement for PPE. The guy had no gloves, they were optional. There was no mitigation of the known risks. However, they took no action, so the coroner made a recommendation that, first of all, the employer collaborate with other to develop an awareness training video demonstrating the dangers workers like Harry would encounter on a prawn trawler coming from England. He hadn't experienced anything like that. And secondly, that where the regulatory authority detects non-compliance, that action be taken to ensure the deficiencies are rectified. And that's our last ocean-going matter that we've had at this stage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Curry. And sadly, to hear all that very poor safety management systems, poor enforcement of safety management systems in Australia's domestic charter vessel industry is not new to this committee, and we've done a fair bit of work around this. You've answered a majority of my questions that I had, but I do want to go to this, and just to make very sure, the regulatory authority that was charged with the enforcement of the overseeing of these safety management systems were who?
Okay, so this is we made comment in the first matter about this. So the authorities have been divided. When the Australian Maritime Safety Authority was set up, it left to the states the work health area. So effectively, the system was divided between working out whether the vessel is safe to go to the high seas effectively, and then the other part for working out whether or not the workers are safe. And that's divided. And the crossover initially wasn't working very well. I'm not sure whether it's working better now, but I notice that they certainly are communicating now. That's AMSA on the one hand and the work health authorities on the other. So the other problems is that the resources available to work safe are only really while they're in port. So they can inspect a ship whilst it's in port, but once it leaves port, they have no resources to go and check whether or not the systems are being compliant. Their feet treading through the snakes or not. We found that they tend to be restricted in what they believe they are able to do. AMSA also has some general safety provisions that we encourage in that first matter they exercise to tell everyone what the requirements of the work health safety legislation were. I'm not sure whether that's been done, but I assume it has been. So that division that was left there through the negotiation of getting the AMSA up and running, I think probably has left a little bit of disquiet amongst some as to who is responsible for what.
Yes, because you did mention in your opening address that the system for safe onshore base work differs greatly because of the regulations and the enforcement of the regulations. But on the same token, then you did quite rightly expose that the relevant state WorkSafe departments were missing in the first two deaths that were mentioned too. It's no good, and I'd be very interested, Mr. Curry, because I'm one of those police. I'm not interested in all the great processes that happen after a death. I'm more interested in make sure that we avoid the deaths. So in your work that you've done, and please feel free to jump in at any stage, when those incidents dating back for the three men from 2013, 17 and 18, were you contacted by the relevant safety authorities while you were doing the investigation or even after?
Okay, so the reason that these were not mandatory inquests, they're what we call discretionary inquests. So inquests themselves probably take up somewhere between 3 to 5% of all the matters we have. So we've got to choose which ones we take to inquest. These matters were all taken to inquest because we did not believe that the regulatory authorities had actually done their job. Now, if they do, well, there's nothing for the coroner to do, really. If the full investigation is undertaken and all the deficiencies are rectified, well, the coroner can, what's he going to do? Repeat the same stuff. So these were taken because, say, the first one, young Mr. Donahue, who was electrocuted on the back of the vessel, there was a fair time lag between that and when it went to inquest. I think it was up to, and by that time, nothing at all had happened. Now, there was some confusion between who had jurisdiction, whether it was the Northern Territory or Queensland and what have you. But even if they believed they had jurisdiction, their view seemed to be that no action was going to be taken. And the coroner didn't feel that was appropriate, and so an inquest was held. The second one in relation to Mr. Bradshaw, same sort of thing. It wasn't until about a week before the inquest that we were told that the authorities were even interested. And it was not until after the inquest and the gap between inquest and findings that we were told that action was going to be taken. So yeah, they're matters that the coroner took on simply because there seemed to be no discernible reaction or response from the regulatory authorities. And being the coronial jurisdiction, we obviously believe that where there's a death, there should be some response from a regulator. The last one, same sort of situation, although it wasn't as if we believe the regulator should do anything of great magnitude. We just believe that there should be persistence in fixing the systems that were identified not to be up to scratch before they close their file.
Mr. Curry, this is bringing back horrible memories that we've fought with in this committee because of a certain situation we found over here in WA with Mr. Damien Mills, who fell overboard off the 1066. And the sad part is it took nearly 2 years or 18 months of a Senate inquiry, me absolutely pulling my hair out with AMSA, who just nothing to see here move. And, you know, fortunately, I can say at the time, I won't repeat some of the words that I would like to use about the inaction of the authority that's charged with making sure these stupid accidents don't happen and by enforcing safety management systems. But I'm happy to report that it took a lot of screaming, dragging and kicking, but we actually got AMSA and the Minister to extract a digit, and now they have put in place some regulation that goes a lot further to now lift the standards in terms of head counts and this sort of stuff. It doesn't stop unfortunate accidents like you've had to inquire into, but I know Senator Macdonald has some questions for you. Senator Macdonald? Just demuting, I think. Maybe we've lost her. Maybe we've lost her. Look, I'll give her the opportunity if she's still trying to dial back in. But Mr. Curry, on that, so after the inquiries, and I'll leave this as my last one, but after the inquiries were completed for those three men, did AMSA or the relevant WorkSafe authorities come back and contact you and sit there and follow up or seek your guidance in changing regulations or legislations? Or was it you just did the hard work and they kept...
No, look, they didn't, but I don't think they should be criticised by reason of that, because our jurisdiction doesn't really get involved in the policy making or the changes. We sort of say something. If we do, for instance, we're liable to have an issue in the next one that comes up if we have to criticise our own policy inventions. But I must say that I think over those years, I guess it's now about 4 years since we started these three, I think the WorkSafe environment has actually changed quite considerably. And I think the marine officers have bedded things down. And I do think that there is more of a recognition amongst those agencies as to the reach of what they need to do. And I think we're moving further. We got a lot of resistance initially to the idea of actually inspecting vessels. They felt they didn't have the expertise to inspect them. But I think now the marine officers are saying, look, we're happy to go with you. And I think they're working better together. So I'm hoping, and it may be one of those vain hopes, but I am hoping that they are working far better now than they were in the early days after AMPS was set up.
Yes, that's it. So, Mr. Coe, I do want to, put another spin on it. That one of the less pleasant jobs that I've had to do as a senator was read a coroner's report, which I never envisaged that I would have to do. And when you read, or when I read the coroner's report into the unfortunate death of Mr. Mills, there is a lot of work that goes into that, and I congratulate, or I thank the coroners, because it's a job that I know I couldn't do. But one thing I can say very clearly as the chair of this committee, and reading a coroner's report, it's not something that we take lightly. And the least we could do, if it gets to a coroner's report, that we should enact every single initiative or recommendation that comes from a coroner's report. So thank you for the job that you do have to do. I wish you didn't have to do it. I wish that there was
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Coe, but thank you for your time. And we do know where to find you should we need to follow up. And I hope everyone is safe and well there in the Territory. I believe you are.
We are.
It's a good thing. We are here in WA too, even though some of those interstaters want to try and infiltrate us, but we're doing all right over here too. So all the best up to our fellow Territorians. Thank you, Mr. Curry. Now we'll get to this situation where, Jerry, I will say thank you very much to all the witnesses that have come before us in the last 2 days. It's been very rewarding. It's been very interesting. We've heard many solutions that will help us develop our recommendations. And that now concludes today's hearing. Thank you to the Secretariat. Thank you to Broadcasting and to Hansard. And now the committee stands adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.